had another streaking. We had another. Whoa, what's going on here? It's like chemicals. Wow. Appreciate the resubscribe with that primer chemical.
Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, so we had. Who came in there first? We had Thunder Lane went streaking. Hopefully you put your clothes back on now. I don't know. It's a nice day out. So if you want to keep that going, that's fine too. You turn that off. Yeah, so we got all that going. Good evening there, Jack Daw. Goulishman, I heard Goulishman coming in there. How are you doing there, Goulishman? Yeah, pretty nice day out, I guess, as far as right now. Went on a short little bike ride. I don't know if that's going to be short-lived or not, I guess, as far as... Also got some more work done on the drag trim, I guess, as far as of our Gen 2. I finished some of that up there. It's not... Still a work in progress. We've got like high 50s. I think it was like 58, low 60s, and plenty of sunlight. We're drying out, I guess, as far as from all the rain over Friday and Saturday. But yeah, definitely got quite a bit of 69 giggity. Did finish up some work, I guess, as far just before the start of stream. Trying to make like a flat card type of door for this. We're gonna gut this out. We're gonna gut this out, I guess, as far as and make this more like metal. I just put this placeholder of a material, I guess, as far as onto that, I guess, as far as for the time being. But yeah, we're well on our way. We're gonna redesign the dash for this one, I guess, as far as to make it a little bit more lightweight. But yeah, back seats out of it. So what the game does not provide, other than like body chrome, for metal, they really don't do this. I'm really trying to figure out what type of material we want to use that's outside of the game, I guess, as far as for the interior. Some type of sheet metal or like aluminum, something of that nature. We'll probably figure out something for that. But one of the other things that we did do in the off stream, yeah, I don't want chrome in there. It would be too shiny, because the chrome would be like this. I don't really want the chrome, because it's going to be like the entire interior, to include like the door cards. I don't want that shiny. I want something a little bit metal but not shiny. So that's something kind of working with, I guess, as far as to see what kind of material to put on that interior for that one. That would be too shiny. That would be way too much chrome in there. Yeah, it would definitely be way too much chrome. But another thing we did do in the off stream is we did acquire... This is not of my own creation for this config of the panel truck. This was done by someone else, I guess, as far as on the Steam Workshop. It does provide for the... It could provide, I guess, as far as for the... I don't know. I don't like too much chrome. I like a little bit of chrome. A little bit of chrome is good, but I guess as far as I don't like a lot of chrome. I like it more semi-subdued. So like a little chrome is fine, you know, just to kind of give it a little bit of zing. A little bit of, but not a lot of chrome. I don't like chrome like for days. But anyway, yeah, this one here, from what this config provides, I guess as far as the modern engines, I guess as far as the LS is in there, and I did take the liberty of recreating the one that I lost for this panel van, after coming up with this one here, I guess as far as that. I still wanted the old school engines, I guess, as far as a swap, to include that old school supercharged. So I did do that. I painstakingly put that one back together after we lost that one. This one here, I think, is an 88. This one's 85. Yeah, 85 step side. I was kind of hoping there would be a version of this one that was a short box flare side, as opposed to step side. I think what this original creator did was to try to make a Chevy variant of the Ford one, I guess, as far as that is offered by default in the game, because it is all generic. They did it as a generic step side. Yeah, so I think that's what this creator tried to do. I guess as far as there's some things I wish would still get refined on this one, because there's a lot of things on this one, I guess, as far as that are a little bit too. So like these parts, they don't need to really be separated. They could be combined with the bed, for example. There's other things, I guess, as far as about the deal. I guess as far as this needs a little bit of fine tuning on it, but I've taken a lot of inspiration, I guess, as far as for what goes into the design process to it, for different things like this. Yeah, that one does here just needs a little bit of TLC too, and I think that would be like perfect, you know, just to kind of take some of these parts that are separate. Mainly, that's the only one I can think of at the moment here, as far as like these little tiny bolts. These are such a pain to get at. But other aspects like the chrome around the windows and such, that's kind of a nice touch. Yeah, so that's kind of what I had in my 76 Camaro, was a 305 4-barrel, but I bored it out, so it was similar to this color. We had the spoiler, obviously different lights and stuff like that, but it did give me a lot of inspiration, I guess, as far as to create the Gen 1 Camaro. There's a lot of similarities, I guess, as far as to how those two different, that whole generation, I guess, of cars. But yeah, that's been the latest that we've done in the off-stream, I guess, as far as to get the drag one, I guess, as far as up to there. I want to get a roll cage into this thing, get more metal onto the floor, door cards, and stuff like that. Just really kind of gut it out, redo the dash, I guess, as far as to make it very drag-ish. But enough of that, I guess, as far as we're going to get into redoing this guy. We're going to redo this guy. I think what we're going to do is actually put, I have a engine already built for this engine here. I'm going to probably swap that out, and we'll get the rest of this fixed up. Yeah, the 89s, yeah, probably. The big picture? Yeah, I did post out there. I guess, as far as about all those that did attend, and you know, did ask, I guess, as far as from the medallions. I did post that out on the Twitter. So yeah, if you did grab that one there, I guess, as far as that's another memento you could possibly have. So yeah, that's what's on the agenda for today, folks. We're gonna fix up this one here. I did entirely redid this painstakingly, about a couple hours, I guess, as far as to get this one reestablished. I've taken the liberty to back this one up this time so that we don't lose it again. Another config that I did get based on this same mod that's available on the Steam Workshop, it does offer the step side 58. This is not my own configuration. This is also done by the same one that did the panel truck out there. It turned out pretty nice. Can't remember stuff. I get you there, Chemical. But yeah, so this is not my own config, but pretty cool truck. We got this from the auction, I guess, as far as for a pretty good penny. And there's Dark Legacy coming in. Daggone radiator. Well, we can probably try and hope fix it up there for you, Dark Legacy, if you got that radiator trouble. So yeah, we did get this from the auction. Pretty good shape. It was a 5-star, I guess, as far as from that. I guess, as far as, so pretty cool deal, I guess, as far as that they added this here. I know I had a lot of qualms, I guess, as far as over how this one was updated, but after working on a little bit of my drag car and understanding, I guess, as far as you know, the process that goes into it, you know, it made me tend to realize, I guess, as far as what's going on. Which one was that Legacy? I guess I can't remember. Oh, you got it as your profile? That's pretty cool. You talking about your avatar? Oh, gotcha. So nice. Yeah, so that medallion, I guess, as far as is yours to do what you wish. Yeah, so I was just brought these out here, I guess, as far as just to kind of show what was possible with this this step side. So you're going to be working today there, Dart, once you're done with that?
Ain't got no gas in it.
This one doesn't have any gas in it yet. What's the UA? United Artists? That's the only one I know. But yeah, that truck turned out pretty cool. It's all part of the same mod. That's... Wait, what? Together? Oh, together. I was like... it depends on, you know, how that works, I guess, as far as like that. We're still waiting for the multiplayer to come out for 26, for sure.
Time to do some sketchy stuff.
Do-da, get away with it. Oh, but do by day. Okay, we don't have anything in the inventory. Your analysis, I never heard it called UA. But I get what you mean there, Chemical. Your analysis, so like, yeah, I never heard it called UA. I just usually called your analysis. I'm sure Dark Legacy could be fine on that. Yeah, so I think I got everything covered here. We got a lot to cover. We did a lot, I guess, as far as in the off stream. So initially, when I was trying to figure out what I could do, I guess, as far as about reacquiring the panel truck that we lost due to this one getting updated, that's when I came across these being provided by another creator for the panel truck and that step side. There's also a fleet side of this Apache truck. We don't have one of those yet, but pretty well done from what I can tell so far on the step side. But first thing we're going to do for today, at least anyway, is fix this one up. This is one of my redos of the config that we created, I guess, as far as for... and I think what we're going to do is put that old school overhead valve engine in, which we already have one built. We got, we'll have two of these two carbs, I guess, as far as to do. So this one I don't think does run. I'm going to see if I can put some oil into it and see if it will run. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, it's a little low on oil. I'm going to top it up with some fresh stuff and see if it does run, to see how good the engine is. I think this was a 3-star from the auction, if I remember right. From what I do remember.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Thunder Lane's already been here for the party. Yeah, so good to hear. I guess as far as Dark Legacy is going to be starting the job today, over.
Party, pal.
And we got Racer Batman coming into the party. Going on to Racer Batman, welcome in. Glad to hear you're doing good there today, Racer Batman. So it looks like this one's going to be blue. Guess we'll get her washed too, I guess, as far as to see. Let's see if she'll start. Let's see if she'll start. Come on, baby. There she goes. She's a runner. She's a runner. Cool. So we know the engine's in really good shape then. Probably get that one fixed up at some point. So, alright. Now that we know that she runs. Got that from the auction. So we got still the Easter eggs, I guess, as far as around... yeah, we got the eggs all over. Oh, are you still on the couch there, Chemical? Are you still on the couch? I guess as far as that sciatica still bugging you? Yeah, we got the eggs here. So we got our hot rod's got a nice new friend. Yeah, eggs up on the roof. Yeah, so we're still semi celebrating the Easter holiday. Anywho, let's get this one up on the lift. And we'll get that oil drained out. I guess as far as we know that's in pretty good shape. We'll get that pulled out of there. Man, that's a nice truck. I like the color on that. Very classic color on that. Let's get this over here. Let's do... drain that out. Well, the oil's semi-okay. Yeah, we got the nuggets and all that back, I guess, as far as on the emotes. We took the Easter ones down. That one's all said and done. Alright, let's get this dismantled. Get it yanked out. So, yeah, we'll potentially have both in, you know, kind of a resto mod for this panel truck and relatively old school, I guess, as far as with the engine types, the engine swaps that are going in. Yeah, I'm glad the rain's over with. Oh, sorry to hear that, Chemical. So you can't do it remotely. I would imagine their chemical. It's one of those you have to physically go in. Yeah. I've never had those types of problems with the sciatica, but I know at least a couple people that do, and it's not fun. So hope you get some reviews. Yeah, definitely hope it gets better there soon. I know you can do what you can do. You don't ever get I think I've asked you this already. You don't get the muscle relaxers, I guess, as far as at all. I know you've got your own way of dealing with it. I do remember what you said. So got that out of there. Ooh, get this out of the way so we're not tripping on it. And we do already have an engine to go in here, so we're gonna fix up the engine bay and all that stuff so we can get that new engine in there. Get all the, we know it runs. Oh, they are done remotely. The benefits of being IT. So you still got to sit, I guess, as far as though. Is that how it goes? You got to be at the desk. Oh, I've had plenty of those types of days, yeah. You know, especially when you work really hard like the day before and you just want to be able to not do anything. Is there anything in there? There is. There's not very much. Drain it out. Can't be very much in there. That was a little bit. Nice. So that's a lot of what I do for my job, I guess, as far as can be done remotely. But not everything. Sometimes I do have to go on site. You know, as far as with the 3D modeling stuff, I still tend to use, I tried to show some of that on Saturday. I didn't get into my 3D Studio Max, but I do tend to use that legacy copy, I guess, as far as for a lot of what I do out there, as far as like just creating things in a 3D kind of environment and being able to, you know, apply it virtually, I guess, as far as before you actually do it physically out in the real world. And I'm learning my ways, I guess, as far as in Blender. As you all saw, I guess, as far as on Saturday, for those that did attend. I'm a little bit clumsy in it yet. I don't know if I'll ever get used to that one, but you got a little bit of taste of how well versed in it, which is not very well. I never did really figure out either, I guess, as far as how to get the render setting, I guess, as far as to make transparent renders, you know, transparent backgrounds. That still bugs me. Yeah, I don't mind to learn. It's just it kind of is an impedance, a restriction, I guess, as far as when you really need to know how to do the things, I guess, as far as, but you still got to learn it. You know, when you need it, when you need to know it right now, you know, in order to get a job done, that's what makes it frustrating a little bit, because you tend to have to take shortcuts, I guess, as far as in how to learn something in order to get the job done. I don't like to do that. It's better for me the way I've learned things, I guess, as far as to kind of hone, I guess, as far as on those things that you're being trained in, and then gradually kind of work your way into, you know, applying it to real world things. But I haven't had the chance, I guess, as far as to do that with this new age type of 3D modeling. I'm still very old school when it comes to things. That's why I like working on cars like this in this game, because it is, a lot of it is old school. Like, I'll do a lot of the modeling for different parts, I guess, as far as in 3D Studio Max, and then bring it into Blender, I guess, as far as to fine tune it, export it out in the proper format so that I can get it into Unity. I know it's a lot of leapfrogging, I guess, as far as to get it from one place to the other, but I'm not 100% comfortable with just modeling in Blender. You're always picking on me with my PC cleaning. In fact, I just cleaned it over the weekend there on the off stream. Kind of dusted her out, making sure everything's good to go. I always find myself kind of like I find myself. What was I gonna do? I was gonna weld this frame. That's what I was gonna do. I find myself like rewiring things, you know, things that when the wiring's not done 100% or it could be done a little bit better. So when I clean it out, I guess as far as I find ways, I guess as far as to reroute things to make it a little bit easier next time, but also still keeping it clean, you know, kind of looking fairly professional. So that's always something keeps my mind off of other things too. Kind of like how do you call it? It's like therapy, if you will. Go ahead and weld this up. Still got to give it a bath. So frame should be good to go. Nice. Let's weld the. Let's go give it a bath. That's what we need to do. Forgot to do that yet.
It's
usually the first thing I do.
Crayons.
Drucken crayons. Yeah, we're gonna find out what color this is. So find out what color it is. It looks like it's blue. And the winner is. Oh, we got a little bit of a parts card here. So different shades of blue. We got a little bit of booger green. Yeah, I don't like that color. Definitely got some parts we got to fix up here. I like this blue. Oh, the sub is gone. I see that. We need to take care of that. Yeah, we need to take care of that. You're top spot, I guess, as far as for the month of March. Now, let's make sure we get you taken care of. Thanks for letting me know. Definitely get that taken care of. Right, meow. Appreciate you letting me know. So let's do this. For anybody else that's on there, I know Dark Legacy was one of them too. Once your sub does drop off, make sure you get that taken care of. I think that's what you wanted was the sub. I guess as far to the channel. You do have the option to gift it to somebody else, or take the VIP for the month too. So those are the options. Okay, Twitch, can you cooperate? There we go. Yep, undo that. That'll take a second to run. Nice. Okay, so Rachel Batman, you should be good to go. Alright, so would you get this interior done? You're very, very welcome. Yeah, so Chemicals got the VIP and the sub. Was Dark Legacies? I don't know if theirs was expired. I want to make sure. Nope, they still got their sub. Okay, just making sure. Once that does drop off, we still have. I got to talk with Heartland Trucking, Old Timer, because for this show up, and also J Booth. J Booth, I'm sure they wanted their. I know J Booth still had some time left on their sub as well. Wait for that to expire, and we'll take care of that. We need to get this back over to the lift. Yeah, you'll be able to enjoy that ad-free viewing experience, I guess, as far as so you don't miss anything. Screw the ads, right? Alright, we need to get some body panels fixed up on this thing. That's completely trashed. Okay. Alright, some things are repairable, not everything. We were missing the doors, so that's a thing. Missing this one door. Okay. Pretty cool wood flooring in that. Like it. Man, look at where that collision's at, I guess, as far as it won't let me go all the way up. That collision is something else, I guess, as far as on this one. Oh, you're going to Gandalf to the Renaissance Fair? They're back in August. Nice. That sounds like fun. What's going on there, Jono? What's going on today? Hope the day's going well. Alright, so we may have a couple of body panels we can fix up here. Let's just check in the collision on that one. Are we just chilling again today? Nice day to chill outside. We got pretty sunny out. Ooh, wow, that's a lot of red on that one. So this one's labeled as the Apache van. I imagine some of them are labeled the fleet side and the step side. Probably a lot of shared parts on this deal too. Okay, so we did get some parts here. Let's see what we got here. So the hood was trash. Okay. Fender, trash. What about the other fender? This fender's okay. What else we got? Front bumper, we didn't have one. Front end, I think we're missing that. Okay. So we need a hood, front end, bumper. I think the headlights are good. So we need that fender yet too. So let's get that fender. We can put that headlight in. Thunderlane's having a good time. Let's see. Let's go to here. That truck, and we need a hood. I'll have to repaint this, of course. We're going to have to repaint some of these parts, of course. Front bumper and right fender, yes. I like how these are labeled, I guess, as far as to know where the parts go. That's pretty cool. I like that. Wonder why she only said the one on there. That's kind of weird. She should have said that. She should have mentioned that whole string there. Did you? Okay, just making sure. Okay, just making sure the things are working the way they're supposed to. I had to redo a lot of the audios, the way the audios were coming in and out of stream. That was an adventure. Oh, we need this door. Go ahead and get that door. Yeah, that was an adventure. I had a little bit of homework to do, I guess, as far as post-stream to get that corrected. After Saturday. So we got that all figured out. At least I hope it. I think I did. So far, so everything seems to be working the way it's supposed to. Like we need some new winders. Let's get some new winders. Need a new mirror. A little webcam action there for you. Nice. I've been looking to upgrade some of those things there. Yeah, so some thoughts I've been putting into, I guess, as far as to redo some of those redeems. Okay, we don't have this mirror, okay. So we need this mirror and that winder. I want to say this, maybe this was 2-star, it wasn't a 3-star. Can't remember now. Obviously the engine was in pretty good shape, so we were able to fix that up. So we need, I think the one door was okay. Man, look at where the collision is on that. I can't even get this, I can only get this close. That's wild. Alright, anyway, let's get this door on. I was thinking about just painting it the same color here. So this is the default color, I believe. I was thinking of just leaving it that color. I think that I kind of like that color. That's pretty dope. I like it. I know the two-tones look pretty good, I guess, as far as on some of these cars, but I kind of like this blue. Very classic. This one's even better. With a white roof. I might have to look and see if, yeah, what kind of liveries we got for this, because I don't know what's on this panel truck. We could probably check and see what kind of liveries we have for it. Yeah, we don't have this store. Let's do that. That rear door. So the one has the license plate on it, the other one don't. Nice. We need some tail lights. So we don't have any tail lights. Pretty tiny. Okay, so we need a couple of tail lights. Yeah, I'm gonna look and see what kind of that's just kind of weird how you can't. This is the closest I can get. You can see where that collision's at. I don't know if that's supposed to be like that. Kind of weird. Let's see, Apache van. I like the way these are labeled. So there's different ones probably for the van and the truck. So we got the step side. So yeah, the fact that these are marked the van, and then this one's for the truck. Different kind of light. So very well labeled. So even though it has been updated, and I lost this original configuration, I guess, as far as it's kind of nice the way it has been redone to update it. I know I was super duper upset, I guess, as far as the fact that we lost that, but I've done my due diligence, I guess, as far as to make sure we back it up this time. Just in case if it does get updated again, we don't lose it. In fact, I've taken the initiative, I guess, as far as to do that on all the trucks, all the different types of vehicles that we subscribe to. I don't ever want that to happen again because that was painful. Oh, we didn't get the servo back in there. Let's get that back in there. Pretty cool bead rolling on this too. I like that. Very simple, but effective. I like it. Let's go ahead and get. That's not what I wanted. I need this motor. There we go. Get that servo back in there. This one should be repaired. Nice. Let's get some new fusion relays. I know I'm kind of jumping around a little bit, but there's a method to the madness. Oh, we got a raffle going on there. Get on that raffle while it's hot. Nice. Let's go to the electronic shop for these parts. I think I missed a relay. Yep, I think I missed a relay. I need 3 of these. Yep. And 2 of these. 2 of those. Half a dozen of the other. Quarter dozen? Half a dozen? I don't know. One of those. Ooh. Yep, so we had 3 of those, so I did miss one of those. So hope everybody's weekend went good. Whether or not, I guess, as far as you did celebrate the Easter holiday. Hopefully it was a good weekend, I guess, as far as you regardless. Did I put the battery on the charger? I don't think I did. Nope, we need to put that on the charger. And get that charged up. Charge it up. Alright, so we're going to need a couple of reservoirs. Oh, you were the Easter Fox? I see you. So you were the Easter Fox. Nice. Bunny didn't show up. The bunny did show up for me, I guess, as far as I got a small basket, I guess, as far as of goodies. So, yeah, that was pretty cool. Bunny was nice to me. So we got this refurnished. Oh, you had to do it, I see. Yeah. Well, it was nice of you to get as far as to contribute to that. Alright, so all that's done. So battery should be charged. Lots of kids, nice. Battery's nice and charged up. So the kids enjoyed it. Look at like the way they did the orientation on this here. I think from what I do remember, we did move this a little bit because it was kind of clipping through the frame. But the fact that the fill is on this side right here. Eggs just all over the place. Just let them loose. Yep, just let them find the eggs. Did you put goodies in the eggs, I guess, as far as so they open them up and it's got stuff in it? Yeah, so the fact that this fuel fill is right here, got the fuel tank right there, that's pretty legit. How'd they do it on the truck here? Yeah, this has got some weird collision to it. So it was kind of, that was wild. Anyway, where's the one on this one? So I wonder if they actually put it behind the seat. That's the way these used to go, I guess, as far as, so the fuel tank was usually like right behind the back seat. Take a look at this. I never did look at this one. Hold on. Normal. Can I get in here or no? How'd they do that? Yes, they did do that, just like that. So the fuel tank is how they used to do that back in the day, where it was in this orientation right behind the back seat, and then you filled it up right on the driver's side. That's pretty legit for those trucks. Was it candies, or what kind of prizes did you put in there? Was it like Cracker Jack stuff? Cracker Jack box stuff, or was it like candies? Just out of curiosity. Let's do some work on the front end for this thing. We're going to get it painted. I'm thinking initially we'll probably get it painted this, but we'll check out the liveries. See what's going on with it. Oh, nice. So, you gave, like, physical things, not candies. That sounds pretty cool. sometimes that's a better way to go about it because it kind of goes back to like Halloween. Oh, there was candy in there too, and you had bike giveaways too. Oh, you had mixed, so you had some with candies and some with physical prizes. You know, like gift certificates and stuff like that. Pretty cool. Nice that you got it mixed up. But you never know what you're gonna get. It's kind of like a box of chocolates, you know. You don't want them to hate the fox, right? Trying to earn their trust. Yeah, you want them to like the fox, not hate the fox. Let's see. Get all this taken apart. Well, we got most of the things done in the engine bay. We just got to get these out here. Well, good deal. So you're kind of like the Santa, I guess, as far as of Easter. Only Easter instead of Christmas, right? Something like that. Alright, let's take this tire off. It's kind of what I kind of related to, I guess, as far as the Easter Bunny is kind of like Santa, only for Easter. Yeah, only like... Yep, Christmas has its Santa, and then Easter has its bunny. Or, in this case, the fox. Besides the fox? I don't know, I've always been called a rock, so I guess as far as I just go by rock. So the whole... kind of a little bit of a funny story, I guess, as far as with that. Oh, I see. So, yeah, just be... So what other holidays do we have? So there's a Santa Fox, there's the Bunny Fox, Easter Fox. Put it that way, Easter Fox. What other holidays do we have that they have? Well, Halloween doesn't really have one. What else is there? Kind of having a brain fart right now. You can be the ghostly fox, I guess, as far as for Halloween. Yeah. 4th of July. Yeah, there's really no mascot of sorts, I guess, as far as for a lot of other holidays. So, yeah. So, 4th of July Fox. Memorial Day Fox. I guess there's some interesting playthroughs, I guess, as far as on that. Alright, we got that all out. Yeah, there you go. So just make your own. We got... These can be machined. Cool. Getting her done. Fix up what we can off these parts from the front end. I'll have to take those shock assemblies apart. Yep. We're getting it done. So far, we're in good shape. Not breaking anything. Trying not to press our luck too hard.
A few moments later.
Yeah, that does take a while, I guess, as far as to get some of these things repaired. So that step-side truck that we did acquire, I guess, as far as... A lot of the parts are green. It was a 5-star. Pretty good shape. Alright, we got another rotor here to do. Yeah, we want it all in the green, 100%. Alright, so let's do that one, and then we're going to need some new brake pads. Let's get all the other new stuff. So pads. We need wheel bearings. This is for the front end. Need 2 of these. 2 caps. We need some tie rod stuff. 2 of those. 2 of these. Alright, we still got to take those front shock assemblies apart. Get that rotor. Separate. It is kind of. It's not doesn't go into entirely the same detail, but pretty close. Like these shock assemblies are pretty. You know, you have those three major components. You got your spring, your cap, and your shock. Pretty similar the way it is in IRL. We're gonna do that guy. Need a shock. Very special needs. Welcome on in. How's it going today? Hope today's going well. Welcome on in. So we need to get those items, I guess, as far as from the shop. Yeah, I really do still hope they kind of refine, I guess, as far as the shopping list, I guess, as far as in 26. From what we can see in the demo, it's a little bit clunky. I do hope they refine that to make it a little bit more streamlined. I do understand completely, I guess, as far as they added that that whole delivery type of thing. But I hope they definitely refine it a little bit, just to make it a little bit more streamlined. I feel it's just a tad bit clunky, but there are some things I do like about it, like the modular engine designs. We did make a turbo on our own truck, I guess, as far as so that was pretty cool. You know what I forgot to do is I gotta get the rubber bushings. That's another thing I forgot to get. Let's get some rubber bushings for this setup. So we got the double wishbone, so we need 12 simple dozen of these fellas. There we go. Only thing else I think I need is like sway bar and end links. Let's get this front end put back together. Yeah, we definitely don't want to do that. Oh, I got you there. So you're doing sandbox. I see what you're. So yeah, the fact that this game does offer, I guess, as far as that mode, if that's the way you like to go about it, absolutely. We're taking the approach of playing in a normal mode. Yeah. I did read a little bit on it there, Jackdog, I guess, as far as about it, but I didn't really see all it was done. There's been a couple updates, I guess, as far as since the initial release. One of which allowed you to collect a little bit more money, starting money, so that you can do more stuff. I do remember that. But as far as what is the latest update, I didn't read up on it enough. So I'm sure we're probably going to see plenty of other updates, I guess, as far as to that demo. That's all in an effort, I guess, as far as to fine-tune, I guess, as far as on the final release of the, you know, the official release. These are all refurbished. Got some new tie rods. Cool. Get that all put back together. But yeah, sounds pretty good. They're very special needs, I guess, as far as playing it a little bit different method. You just want to be able to work on all the cars. So that's kind of you have access to everything. You know, you don't have to, well, as far as all the cars, you get all the barns and all that good stuff. I gotcha. So, yeah, I haven't played it either. I read up, I saw that there was an update, but that's about as far as it went with it. You know, I've played through it. I've gotten, you know, the analytics on the VOD that is up over on the YouTube, I guess, as far as it's kind of 50-50. Some people didn't really care for it.
Our next contestant is...
Yo, appreciate that follow there, very special needs. Yeah, I get what you mean. They're very special needs about you buy them like later. Like this one, you know, I didn't buy it as soon as it came out. I bought it, you know, shortly after, I guess that. In fact, I'm trying to remember when I really got into this one. I think it was maybe only like a couple of years ago. Really got into it. So, it's been fun. Previously to that, I guess, as far as I was just enjoying, I guess, as far as the previous renditions. Like we've done plenty of playthrough on 2018, for example. Car Mechanic 2018. Yeah, some of these games are... you know, I probably won't stop playing this game, even after 26 comes out. Like this game's pretty reasonably priced. Yeah, see, I miss those times too, I guess, as far as we can just go to the store and buy the game. Yeah, sometimes I do miss, I guess, as far as those days where you could just go to the store and buy the game. But the fact that this one's pretty reasonably priced, they've priced this one out, I guess, as far as once the original initial release comes out there, it's going to be still under 30 bucks. From what I'm gathering. Now, that might change. So don't quote me on that, but I guess as far as it shouldn't be more than $30 for this game once it officially releases, which I think is pretty reasonable. So that's still yet to be seen, like I said, though. The $85 one was probably like the bundle. Oh, so I'm assuming you're on the console then, they're very special games? So we're on the PC, I guess, as far as, so yeah, maybe a little bit different, I guess, as far as on the console. But yeah, if you had one that was $85, that sounds like it might have been a bundle. So that means you get like the base game and some DLC. Yeah. Right. So yeah, sometimes you get really good deals, I guess, as far as on the bundles. Can make it a little bit cheaper, I guess, as far as for you. All right, let's see if we did miss anything here. I missed. So we're ready to do tires. All right, cool. Let's take these tires apart. See what's going on with the tires. We'll refurbish these rims and put some new rubber on them. Oh, so you bought them separate, I guess, as far as, but, yeah, if you just had a gift card, I guess, as far as on the PlayStation, yeah, that makes sense. So you bought things separate, I guess, as far as it made it cheaper buying them separate, but because you bought them together based on the gift card, right, that was like buying it in a bundle. I think I get what you mean. Pretty cool, you can do that. That's one advantage, I guess, as far as to having things like that, you know, being able to buy it digitally, like it's all in one place. But like I said, I guess as far as I do tend to miss every once in a while, I guess, as far as being able to buy games at the store. That's becoming the same thing with a lot of other things. Actually, you can. Off of Steam, you can just directly download it. That's what's nice, I guess, as far as, so Steam is like a game client, so it works much the same as it does on a console. Like, when you see a game you want to buy that's on the store, the Steam store, you can just go ahead and just download it. Alright there, Thunderlane. I appreciate you leaving the stream up. The mailbox. So hopefully you got a better weather, I guess, as far as go check out the mail. So we need some tires. Okay, let's get this on the list. We should be able to get... Yeah, we have them all the same. If I can get 4 new ones of those. It could be warmer. Yeah, it can always definitely be warmer. But it is still just spring. So I'll take what we can get at this point. Very much looking forward to summer, though. Much warmer weather. Let's go to the tire shop. Oh, we're on the PC, like I mentioned, I guess. We're definitely on PC. So we're going to get 4 of these. Oh, shoot, I forgot what size they were. Let me check my size. So we are 225, 75, 15. Alright. We need 4 of these at 15-inch. 225s width, a little bit skinny. And 75 on the sidewall. And we need 4 of them. Boom. Alright, let's put these 2 front tires together. Now, we don't have to use the white walls if we didn't want to, as far as we can put it there, but I like to keep that old school feel to it. That's just my vibe on it. It is a relatively old school vehicle. We're going to keep it somewhat old school. Yeah, so we do get a lot of folks, I guess, as far as that are on console, I guess, as far as that enjoy our PC playthrough, I guess, as far as on this deal. Let's go ahead and get these balanced. So you're not the first one there, very special needs, I guess, as far as for being here, even though you're on console. I'm still curious to see, too, they haven't really said that if it's going to be possible for those on console to be able to multiplayer, I guess, as far as in 26. There is going to be a multiplayer aspect, but whether or not it's going to be crossplay, they haven't really said specifically, I guess, as far as, so I'm still wondering how that's going to work. I'm assuming, probably as much as everybody, I guess, as far as the fact that there is multiplayer, that it is going to be crossplay between consoles and PC, but that's still yet to be seen. I think they're still fine-tuning on it. We only got the single-player mode, I guess, as far as on the demo, so we still don't quite know yet. Alright, so front end is pretty much done on this thing. Let's get the rear end done while we got it up on the rack. I know 26, from what I've seen of it so far, I will probably definitely get it. Yeah, I haven't even... I think I got it on my wish list for Wreckfest 2, but I don't remember. I still got the original Wreckfest. You know, some of these games here, like I said on this one here, I probably won't stop playing it. So DayZ 2 is coming out. Nice. I've only played a lot of those types of games, survival games, collaboratively. So usually there's some folks I like to play with collaboratively on games like that, but definitely to play it solo, I usually don't. So if I play those types of games at all, it's going to be in a collaborative fashion. You know, usually folks, I guess, as far as I know a little bit more than I do about the game, so I'm not feeling lost playing it. That's usually the approach I take on those types of games. We're missing the rubber bushings in those, I just realized that. Take the rear end out. Cool deal. Get that all fixed up. So we got some drums we can machine? No, we don't. Okay, so hold on. No drums? Nope, just the shoes. Well, apparently you got no drums, I guess, as far as for... Okay, fair enough. We'll have to buy some drums, I guess, as far as for the... Actually, I think those were rotors. Yeah, we put the modern... So we got no rotors either to do? Oh, that's crazy. What are you playing right now there, Very Special Needs? Is that in, yeah, which game are you playing, I guess, as far as you got all that going on? You got a lot going on there, it sounds like. It's like a distress call. Mayday, Mayday, I need some help. Car Mechanic. You got all that going on in Car Mechanic? I don't... What the heck are you playing? I'm not sure what... I've never heard of that happening in Car Mechanic. So I'm kind of wondering what you got going on over there. Unless you're trying to role-playing it. Oh, you're in Days that you're doing all that. I gotcha. That's what I was trying to understand. Yeah, I haven't played any DayZ. Oh, crap. I just broke that part. Whoopsie. That's coming out of my pocket. And I broke the rear end. No! I broke the rear end. Son of a biscuit. Alright, hold on. That's coming out of my own pocket. Alright, put that on the list. Dang nabbit. Alright, we gotta get that on the list. Ayaka number. Let's go through in all the red parts. Let's see. Shoes are good. Hate when that happens. Alright, so that's at least the 2 parts there. So I don't think I got these in the warehouse. Nope. So that's coming out of my pocket. Broke the rear end. Alright, so let's get this controller. Yeah, I'm telling you. Had one job, not to break stuff, and look what I do. So those are good there. So we only need 2 rubber bushings for those. Cool. So I know there were some parts missing too. We'll have to buy the parts that we need as they're missing. So let me get a couple of... No, that's not what I wanted. Let's go to rubber bushings. Yeah, I hate when that happens. Give me 2 of these for the control arms. And I guess we needed drums and all that too. Let's get this rear end put back together. Brand new rear end since I broke it. So we came up with this style of exhaust for it just to come over the rear end. It worked out pretty good. Definitely need some new shocks for this rear end. Oh no. Hate when that happens. So yeah, it sounds like you got your hands full there in Daisy. Yikes. I guess that's kind of part of the reason I don't like to play those games, because very nerve-wracking. It can get very nerve-wracking, I guess, as far as when you get a lot of stuff going on. So we need new springs and some new caps for this rear end. So we did put on this one here a little bit more modern rear end. So not entirely old school. So it originally had the transversing leaf springs. Must be just the server you're on, I'm guessing. Being pretty chaotic. Okay, so we got drive axles. So we didn't have those or drums or anything like that. Okay. We have no drive axles. We need 2 of these. Apparently we have neither one of those. So a lot of the rear end was taken out of this one here from the auction. Okay, so cylinder, those are good. Shoes are good. Drums, no drums. Well, that's quite a few players. So we don't have any drums. Pretty active server. So drive axle, we did get a brand new one. Okay. Cylinder, good to go. Shoes, good to go. Drum, we need a new one. So, what do you mean to build off? Let's see. Tires. So, we did get the tires already. We need the rims. So let's get these rims on the list. Get these at the rim shop. So we need to go here. They need to be 15-inch. Oh, we do that quite a bit here. Very special needs. So this one here, I guess as far as that I'm currently working on, only need 2 of these, right? Yeah, for the rear. This should be good. This one originally I did create, and we lost it because the mod got updated. Yep, and we got some cool things, I guess, as far as added to it, like this truck, to that same mod on the Steam Workshop. And so yeah, I painstakingly on the off stream redid this config. This one here was from the auction. I do like to buy my vehicles from the auction too, because a lot of times they will run, usually with minimal effort, and then we just like to fix it up from there. That's the approach I like to take. So yeah, let's get these tires put together. Their rear end. I already bought the tires. Yeah, I tend to like the auction better than these junkyard as well. The vehicles tend to be a little bit more premium than it is in the junkyard. I'll 100% agree on that. So an example of the 5-star, yeah, this one is a 5-star from the auction, and I only did that because we got it for a pretty good price. And sometimes I do later on in the game, it gets as far as I'll go ahead and fix it all the way up 100%, right? So yeah, it's definitely a lot more fun, I guess, as far as to actually do some work on the car. But this one does run pretty good shape, I guess, as far as 5-star from the auction. Definitely got it for a pretty good price. Well underestimated. I haven't done anything on this one. This was straight from the auction. Straight from the auction. What's going on there, Doc Heels? Oh, we got the car trouble here. We can definitely help you out on that. Definitely help you out on that. So that's a couple of folks we have coming here. Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways you can go about. Like this one here, I'll probably pretty much keep it the way it is. It's already got the supercharged old school engine in it. Probably leave that in there. If anything, we'll probably just refurbish it. Probably definitely just refurbish it. So yeah, this one was our own config that we created. Let's get this back on the ground for the time being. We got the rear end and the front end redone. We've already got an engine, I guess, as far as to put in this one. It's already built. And slap that in there. Now we got that all refurbished up. So let's go grab this out of the warehouse. Let's see here. We need to go into here. That. And we got this one. Slap that one in there. A little bit better engine, I guess, as far as than what was in there with the 2 carb. We need our crane to put that bad boy in there. This one right now, this is, you remember the, I don't know if you remember or not there, Doc Heels, I guess, as far as we lost the configuration to our panel truck for this deal. So I've redone it. This is the original configuration that we did there, I guess, as far as that we lost because the mod updated. Painstakingly redid that, so that's what we're currently doing at the moment. Other things that we did, they get updated to that mod. After losing that one, there was this truck, which we bought this one here from auction. Was a 5-star. Not my own configuration, but pretty cool looking. I like the color on it. Just the overall attitude. That's why we got that one. So we got 100% built, I guess, as far as OHV engine. Well, I had to redo it. I had to redo it all, I guess, as far as, from scratch. I had to recall from memory. Yeah, if you don't have this one, I don't know if you can get this one on your console there, Very Special Needs. I'm not sure if they have that on the console. I'm assuming. But, yeah, this one's a really nice truck. One thing, I guess, as far as I think is, I don't know if that's just the way they were back in the day, I guess, as far as I feel like the rear end's a little too far forward. I feel like it should be more centered under that, but not a bad looking layout for this thing. Got the supercharged OHV, and initially this one gets, we haven't dynoed it yet, but 482 horsepower, I guess, as far as at the base. Now it's probably not going to get that when we first dyno it, because the engine's not 100%. So still got to dyno it and find out. Well, it's got that rake on it for sure. It definitely got that rake on it there, Doc. Yeah, I can't say for sure, I guess, as far as if these things are available on console or not. But yeah, Doc, it does have that rake on the front where it's kind of like squashed in the front, much the same as we got on our panel truck that we did. Obviously different types of wheel setup. But yeah, I think they got the rear end a little bit too far forward. I don't know what the stock one looks like. I might have to find a stock one of these that's not reconfigured, just to kind of see how that's set there, because it might be in the same position, just different tire and wheel setup. That's what I want to check on that. So we'll see if we can find one, maybe even go to the salon and load up a stock one of those just to see. Oh, we got the engine in there. I think it would look better centered, quite honestly, but like I said, this is not my own config. So I don't know if that's something they missed. So they might have just changed the wheel tire combo and didn't necessarily readjust the rear end on it. It might have had something to do with how everything else was lining up as far as the exhaust and such. I'm not sure. I haven't really looked at it in the editor, I guess, as far as to see what was going on. But for the most part, it's a pretty nice one. I like the stance on it. Got the squash front end, get that nice rake. With the older school spoke Krager wheels. We didn't do that on our version here, but we could definitely put those style wheels on our truck if we wanted, on our panel truck if we wanted to. It's definitely an option. Let's get the bottom end here button up on this guy. Yeah, such a nice stance on that one. Color scheme and everything on it. No, don't do that. I hate when it does that. Okay, let's get this transmission back in here. So, yeah, I don't know if they didn't want to change the drive shaft length on it or what the deal was. But yeah, as we've come to know, I guess, as far as if you wanted to. I don't know about the liveries. They're very special games, but we created what we did ourselves. I guess as far as we did it as an influence, I guess as far as to Fast and Furious, we did a Charger. Yeah, we did the Dodge Charger. I guess as far as with the old school supercharged engine into it. In fact, let's get that one out just to kind of show. We created our own config. It's available on the Steam Workshop if you're able to get that. Like I said, I don't know if that's the case on console. But if we go ahead and pull this one out, let's see where I put it. Got it in one of my garages. So that's going to be... That's their Challenger, their Daytona. That's the standard. There's our Hellcat. Hellcat swap. And here's our drag right there. Pull this guy out. This one was inspired by Fast and Furious. And like I said, it is available on the Steam Workshop. Now, it's not exactly the same. Oh, is that what it is, Jackdaw? See, I haven't looked at it that close, I guess, as far as in the editor, like I said. So that might be part of the reason why they left it that way. So instead of scaling it up a little bit, like we've come to find, I guess, as far as to remove that gap, that could be why they left it at that length. Very possible. But, yeah, they're very special needs, I guess, as far as this is what we did, kind of as an influence, I guess, as far as to Fast and Furious. Obviously, it doesn't have a hood, because we don't have a cutout, I guess, as far as for that type of engine into that car. But, so it's not 100%, I guess, as far as the same as it was in the actual movie. But this is as close as we could get it. Very fun one, I guess, as far as want to have that for a Fast and Furious car. Now, as far as the other type of cars that are available in Fast and Furious, we haven't made a lot of those, just that one there. Because I'm very old school. I like a lot of the old school type of vibe cars instead of the newer car. But I have come to appreciate a lot of the new school type of cars by playing this game. So we need... I don't think I have this OHVF in our warehouse. Let's double check here. I think we came to find out before. It might be... You might have different things available on console too, I would imagine. Let's see. Do I have an OHVF? There's a lot of things I think that are not available on PC and are available on console and vice versa. Let's see. OHV. So I don't have any Fs. I need an F. We don't have one of those. Alright, so we're going to have to buy one of those. Excuse me there, box. I mean to get in your way. Let's get this on the list. Let's go ahead and get this on the list so we can buy this one up. Let's go back to this store. Just putting all standard equipment in here for at least for the time being. Really just trying to get this one reacquired since we lost the config. It's really about all. So you found a 4-star, I guess, as far as Fast and Furious hood. Alright, we need to get some new exhaust. So we need this pipe, that pipe. Alright. Yep, we need 2 of these. The 2-part down pipe. swap this out to the rear. For this engine, cool. Shaping up pretty nicely. Okay, we need some. So this one, with the type of exhaust that I went to get this kind of layout, does have cats on it. Now, as we know, I guess as far as these types of engines back in the day didn't have catalytic converters, but there is no exhaust setup that I've come to find that the game provides. Don't have this setup, I guess, as far as without the catalytic converter, so we're kind of stuck with having the catalytic converter on this setup anyway. If I had it my way, I would rather just have no cats or just the middle mufflers, just to kind of keep it somewhat old school. Okay, we can get a couple of turbo resonators. How do you find rare cars? You just gotta keep looking. So it depends on what kind of rare cars you mean. Yeah, it depends on what kind of rare cars you mean. So like, you're looking for like the Paganis or ones like that. It just depends on. 2 million Ferrari. See, I don't know which one you mean there. I don't have a 2 million Ferrari. I do have a mod McLaren, which is pretty expensive. You just have to look in the spots, I guess, as far as that they can potentially spawn. Some of them are a little bit harder to find than others. So we need a new tank. Yep. You just got to look for them. Oh, or you can go right to the salon if they have it available, I guess, just to buy at the salon. You know, if you really want to have one, I guess, as far as then you got the money, I guess, as far as then you can go that route. So we did fix that up. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know which one. I don't know of a 2 million Ferrari. I don't know about that one. We don't have one like that necessarily. Unless it's a mod. Most of the default in-game cars, I guess, as far as that are Ferrari-esque, I guess, as far as are not that expensive. So yeah, unless it's a mod. We need more U-bolts. Let's get some more U-bolts on here. So I need 1, 2, 3, 3 more U-bolts. Yeah. Missing some U-bolts. Get 3 more of those. Apparently a lot of this rear end was pilfered off this vehicle. Gotta fix that up. Alright, so this side's good. Let's get this side. Yeah, a little bit more modern rear end onto this setup. I kind of liked having this one rather than the transversing leaf springs. Kind of like that look better based on how we set it up. Cool. There we go. So looks like that rear end's good to go. Awesome sauce. Alright, so cool. We can get this back on the ground. Now, if we did want to put... I have considered, up until we found out that this config was lost because the mod got updated, making this more of like a drag configuration. Right? So we do have the option in this one, I guess, as far as to put supercharged OHV into it. So we'll have that option to do that. I would like to get a separate one of these, I guess, as far as to do that separate. We'll keep one like this, and then one set up more for drag. That was what we were trying to do, I guess, as far as with our other one before we lost it, when the mod got updated. But I think this will get us back to square one. Still got to paint it. So what's our condition like? See what we got here. So we're good that way. Still got some interior to do. We're missing some stuff on the body and parts. Let's check our parts list. See what we got going on here. What did we miss? We're missing, that's interior. Headlights are good. So we got some rear windows to put in. That's interior. Wait, so got to do 2 back windows. Missing those. Missed the back windows, alright. Get the back windows. Whoops, wrong store. I'm gonna go to this store. Lots of very well labeled parts, I guess, as far as for this deal now. It's good. We got both the panel van and this truck in one mod. Got it as a pack. Kinda cool. All right, so let's see. Check our status again. So we're still 99%. What are we missing yet? Body's good. Did I put the starter in there? I don't remember. So this is all into. Oh, we gotta put the drive shaft in. That would probably help. Put the drive shaft back in there. Can't get the power to the wheels if you don't put that in there. That one I'm not familiar with. They're very special needs. I mean, I don't doubt there probably is. I know there's a multiplayer mod too for 21. That one I feel is very broken if you use certain mods. So I tend to steer clear of it. But I do know it's available. Let's go back to this store. Get our drive shaft. Guess this was missing a drive shaft too. Okay, we get the power to the wheels. Okay. I think we should be good now. Let's check our status. 100% on parts. Nice. So we still got body parts we're missing. Alright. So that's interior. Is that going to be... That last bit is probably license plates. Yep. So we're not going to worry about those right now. Let's do some interior on it though. Yeah, so I think the fact that we're getting open world and all that, I guess as far as in 26, I'll definitely just go with what the way the game is designed in that fashion. So let's do a disassemble on this guy. Put some new stuff in here. So we're missing a steering wheel. Get this all refurbished. Alright, we're going back to here. Let's go to the interior shop and get those items. So we need a steering wheel and 2 bucket seats. Slap those in. And there we have it. So our interior should be good. Nice. So other than the license plates onto it, I guess as far as we're pretty well all built up. Awesome. Let's get this thing painted. Gotta do some alignments on it here too. Let's go do some alignments. Let's get yep. Suspension a little out of whack. Let's get her less out of whack. Whoops, hold on. Alright, we can do some headlights. Do the headlights while we're at it. Oh yeah, they're a little out of whack. That one's good. Oh wow, that's way too low. I mean, we want it on the road, but not quite that far on the road. There we go. Alright, so she's all aligned. We gotta get this thing painted. We're going to take a look at some liveries for this thing that we'll put on this thing. Let's get it over to the paint booth. Let's see what we got. Alright, so initially, we're going to go this color. Yeah. And then let's see what kind of liveries we have. So we do have the white top. You know, I think Chemical gets as far as kind of suggesting the white top. So there's that. There is... Yeah, I don't think we're going to go with any type of that type of livery. Pretty cool, though. Miller's Bakery. Interesting. Detroit Fire Department. That's pretty cool. I like the color on that one. Joan just says, why are you blowing up all of our hard work? Let me see here. So I'm just looking at all the different... So these panel trucks were obviously used for a lot of business. So this one's utility, Allied Telephone Company. Very neat. This one is Allied. Okay, it's just a little bit different. Pretty cool. What do you mean to restart? What are we restarting? I don't want to restart. So okay, we only have, so on this panel van, all we have is just the 2 top. So we don't have any flames or anything for it. So the only other thing we got, we're to the point where we're trying to paint this thing. So the only thing we have available, I don't really want to put any of these types of liveries to it. No, we're not restarting it. No, we're not doing that. We got it all done. Let's see. Or you can do none. I think we'll at least do the white top. I know Chemical had kind of suggested that. I think we're going to keep this color. Just go like that for now. So it does have some, you know, pretty probably specific ones, I guess, as far as that were in this time frame, I guess, as far as for that. It would be cool if we could put some flames on it, I will admit. But apparently there is no set library for that. We might have to come up with our own library or find a library for that in that regard. But for now, we'll do it this way. Paint it that way. Yeah, they don't have any flames in any of the libraries here. It's mostly just company library, which, like I said, this is what this type of truck was used for. It was for like folks that used ran a business. You know, bakery, the dairy guy, I guess, as far as for milk delivery, stuff like that. Let's go ahead and move this back over to the lift. Well, I think there's a template that I've come to find, I guess, as far as with this truck, I guess, as far as you can make your own. I might have to look into that, I guess, as far as post-stream, and see if you can come up with some flames. There might even be somebody that might have created a flame library for this truck. Either this one or this one. We'll have to see. But for now, we need to get this over to the dyno. So we can get potentially 326 horse out of that base engine. Let's see here. Let's move this over to the dyno. Now, it gets a little noisy in here for folks of you that are new. So you can see the nice rake we got on this one here, I guess, as far as a little bit old school. So, yeah. So right now, I guess, as far as this is what we got. So what I've been considering for this one is to also put the supercharged, because we do have the swap that we can do for that, right? And also to be able to put a different tire wheel combo. So the one that's on the fleet side, that's a pretty cool combo. To be able to put tire-wise. That's something I'll probably consider for the next one we find of this one. So this one, I'm going to keep this relatively, quote-unquote, stock. We probably won't do too much of this one. We'll find another one, put the supercharged engine into it, right? And then probably put some different tires to it to see what we can do with it. So, oh, we got to put the fluids into it, I forgot. We don't want to blow it up already. Get the fluids into her first or before we dyno her. Got a little ahead of myself. Yeah, we don't want to blow up all of our restoration here. That'd be terrible. It doesn't have any gas in it. Yep, we got that redeemed for that. All right, so motor honey is good to go. Put some cherry juice into the power steering. The fact that this one even had, I don't know if they actually had power steering, I guess, as far as in these cars back in 58. This one does.
We had car trouble.
Well, if you got that car trouble, you're in the right place. They're very special needs.
I believe it was the radiator.
It's always that daggone radiator.
It ain't got no gas in it.
Well, this one doesn't yet. I guess as far as that's why we're fixing it. Now, the fact that we've come to understand that in 26 we do have fuel to deal with, I guess, as far as that's an additional fluid that they added. What I have noticed also that they haven't added to 26 is no automatic transmission fluid. Now, the fact that we have it for the steering, but not necessarily the transmission. We don't have it for the transmission. Yeah, very special needs playing around with the crayons. Okay, let's get some bug juice into this container. Need all the juices. We don't want to blow her up, burn her up. I know Jonah wanted us to restart this. We'll probably find another one of these so that we can do some different things to it. Yeah, we'll get our muffler bearings in there, blinker fluid, and all that in there too. Alrighty then. Okay, let's get this. Now we should be able to get their dyno. We should be able to get 326 horsepower out of this thing. Watch ears. It's a little noisy in here. And we did indeed, I guess, as far as getting all that base horsepower out of that. We're in Class D179. Not bad for the stock. Not too shabby. So let's go try this out at the drag strip. Now we've got our dyno. You cleaned up pretty nice. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and. All right, let's see what we got here. I guess as far as over at the drag strip. All right, let's see what our panel truck can do here at the corner of a mile. I want a different vehicle. Let's go against our. So this is our own creation. I guess as far as for the Gen 2, the Z28 trim. So it's got the same engine. Basically, same engine, same tires, and no tuning. It's got a little bit more rating. Let's see if we can beat our Z28. This ought to be fun. Nice matchup. That's a solid matchup. Turbo farts. We're neck and neck. It looks like. Oh no, he's headed in the sun. Yep, he got us. That was a solid race. So we got a sub 14-second van, I guess, as far as with no tuning on this thing. Pretty solid. Even though we did get beat. This one's a little bit lighter, I'm imagining too. What else we got? Let's try this. Newer school, I guess, as far as Camaro's Z28. So we went to old school. This one's the newer school Z28. What the game provides, I guess, as far as for us, with a modern V8. No tuning. So let's see if this Z28 can beat our panel truck. Like we're in the other lane this time. More turbo farts. See if it helped us. Oh, we got that Z28. We had a little bit better reaction time there too. So yeah, we got a easily a sub 14-second truck, panel truck. Nice. Not bad for no tuning. Let's do one more. Let's try the V8 one carb. Got a little bit of tuning on this checker cab. See what the checker cab can do against us. A little premature on the turbo fart. See if it helped us though. Did the turbo fart help? It looks like it did. We even slept there a little bit. We kicked the pants off that checker. Even had a little bit of tuning. I think it's super slow. We have come to find historically that this engine is the best out of the overhead valve engines. As far as how much power, especially with no tuning. So, pretty solid band here as far as we're gonna. Got that benchmark there, so we are in the market, I guess, as far as to potentially find another one of these, so we can put some performance on it. I think the turbo fart helped a lot there, especially in that last race. Between that between that modern Z28 and that checker cab, yeah, I think it did. I think you're not wrong. Yeah, even if it was a little early. Yo, what's going on there, old timer? Yeah, definitely. It's post fact, I guess, as far as we got the Easter eggs out here. Old timer, I do have a question for you. Since you were in the top 5 for a month of March, you are eligible, I guess, as far as for that free gift of sub to the channel. You can gift somebody else, or you can be VIP for the rest of the month. So that's up to you. I appreciate you stopping in. We're just having some fun, I guess, as far as with reacquiring the configuration I lost from this update on this one here. So we got this back up to snuff. We just got done dragging that one. Worked out pretty good. Let's get this back over to lift. So eventually what I want to do here is find another one of these, and then we'll add some performance to it. Starting with putting the supercharged OHV into that one. Similar to like we got on this guy. Yeah, so I didn't dyno this one yet. I think I want to get this one dyno to see where we're at, because I know we're not at 482. Probably not white, so we're going to get this one dyno and see where we're at. Got this acquired from the auction at a 5-star. So yeah, definitely let me know there, old timer, what you'd like to do. You know, being you were in the top 5, I guess, as far as for last month. What are we having for lunch anyway there, Thunderlane? Let's move here. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be here. Anyone know? So anyone of my choice? Yeah, we can do that there, old timer. That's what I leave it up to that. You got meatloaf? Nice. Hopefully you enjoy that for your lunch. Yeah, we can definitely do that for you there, old timer. We can give it to somebody. So if there's somebody, I'm gonna leave it up this way. This is the way I like to do it. So if there's anybody in chat that does not have a sub and would like to have a sub to the channel, old timer is offering, I guess, as far as theirs. Jonah just sitting there like a mouse. All right, let's move this over to. So Jackdaw speaking up, I guess, as far as we'd like to have that. So that's the first one that we've seen spoke up there. So we can give courtesy of old timer. Jackdaw was the first one, I guess, as far as to mention. I guess as far as for that. So let's do this. We still have. I need to get with Heartland. You got the Twitch Turbo. That's fine there, Jonah. So Jackdaw was the first one to speak up there, I guess, as far as for that. Yeah, this is courtesy of old timer. We're gonna do it this way. That way we can get that one taken care of. Let's get this one, if I can get it to cooperate. Yeah, no obligation at all, I guess, as far as if, like I said, I know like Jono would necessarily have the Twitch Turbo, so if you have that and you don't necessarily want the sub, you can want to gift it to somebody else. That's how I like to have that work. But that's to show my appreciation too for the support on the channel. If you do get into the top 5, I guess, as far as for the given month, you have that option. So yeah, so that would have been courtesy of old timer. Courtesy of that. So I still need to get with Heartland Trucking to see if what they want to do. And I'm sure Jay Booth will be in here at some point. Take care of that. We already took care of Racer Batman's there earlier. So let's get this over to the dyno. Yep. Gotta dyno this bad boy. So you get to enjoy that ad-free viewing experience, I guess, as far as the remainder of the month. Nice. Alright, let's get this one. So it's going to get a little bit noisy in here again, folks, I guess, as far as, so watch your ears. Gonna see where we're at with this engine. So we're not gonna get the 482. Not gonna get the. You know what I could do? Let's do a poll on this and see what we do get. So let me show the status. I didn't look at that. I did see that there, old timer. The fact that it was released on Steam. I didn't. I have not checked it out yet. So I have. I'll be perfectly honest there, old timer. I did not see what you did with the GNX. I did see that it was released on the workshop, but I haven't really taken a close look at it yet. So, yeah, so I'm sure you probably did there, old timer. I've been waiting for the GNX, I guess, as far as with that. So I'm kind of curious to see the way it's set up there. So what I want to do with this one, based on the status of this one that we can see, you know, as far as the condition, it's not 100%, right? I want to see how everybody can guess this, as far as what kind of horsepower we'll get out of this one. We're not. So more than likely, we are not going to get the 482, right? So I think I'm going to put this up for a poll. Let's see. Jack Dawes gifting a sub over to Very Special Needs. Appreciate that gift a sub there, Jack Daw, over to Very Special Needs. I know Very Special Needs was asking, I guess, as far as to have that one from Old Timer, but very much appreciated there, Jack Daw, for paying it forward over to Very Special Needs. Very Special Needs will have the option, I guess, as far as to enjoy that ad-free viewing experience here. So thank you for that, Jack Daw. So what are we thinking here, folks? What are we thinking? I'm going to do a poll here, I guess, as far as to see what kind of horsepower we do get out of this. So we know it's not going to be 482, because it's not 100%. So it is not 100%. So let's do... We got a hype train incoming here. I just realized that. Appreciate the hype train for the incoming one. So let's do... Can I do... Polls. Poll. Where's my polls at? I haven't done one of these in a while. Okay, we already did that one. Okay, cool. Get rid of that. Let's do a new poll. So I guess this is all... Okay. How much... Yeah, we'll do this. How much horsepower? I'm going to do horsepower loss. That's what I'm going to do. How much HP loss on this one? That's how we'll do it. And so I'm going to guess, based on the condition here, 15 horsepower loss. That's going to be my initial guess. So 15 horsepower. We'll see how everybody else does with their sanity. The sanity points. So we'll do more than 15 horsepower. Whoops. I said 15, dang it. I can type. I really can. Or less than. So do less than. So you do not have to participate in this if you don't want to, but it is going to be up for grabs. See if I can get this stupid thing typed. So it all cleared out on me. Okay, no additional volts. So leave it up here for a minute. There we go. Try that out. So it should be up there. So we also got that incoming hype train. Feel free to vote on that if you got the sanity points. Yeah, we haven't done one of these in a while. Okay. I can do that. There we go. Get that back. Cool. So before that happens there, we don't have anything to check performance-wise on this deal. So, yep. Can't do that. Yeah, we don't have anything custom, I guess, as far as on any of these parts, just to kind of show what we got here. But the condition of it, let me do some other things on here just to kind of give you somewhat of a clue. So let's do a compression test. Give you some more info, I guess, as far as on the condition of this thing. So again, it's not 100%. Alright, so it's we got two of you thinking that it's going to be more than 15 horsepower. Okay, so that is not the right readout. That is not the right readout. Let me do that again. That is definitely not the right readout. The game sometimes glitches out there. So anyway, we got two of you thinking that it's going to be less than or more than 15 horsepower. Okay. There it is. That's the one we want there. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of what we're dealing with here. Cool. All right. So there's that. Can I close the hood things? Thank you. All right. We're gonna go ahead and let's go ahead and dyno it. See what we end up with here. See how many of you are right. 13 horsepower. There it is right there. So it was not more. It was actually less. I knew it was going to be pretty close. I figured it was going to be pretty close, but pretty good guesses, I guess, as far as for somebody there. So it is actually less than 15 horsepower. Alright, let's see if we can get the view results. Is it not going to let me choose the outcome? Maybe I did that wrong. I know it's been a while since we did these. Anyway, so it was definitely less than that. 14 to 7. Well, it was actually 13. So I knew it was going to be close. So why did it... Wait a minute. What's going on here? They really redid these polls, didn't they? Usually it let me choose the outcome. Hold on a minute. So I guess that one's cool. I think what I meant to do is do a prediction. That's what I meant to do. No biggie. No biggie. So that was kind of fun. So really no sanity, I guess, as far as actually lost on that one. But I did the poll instead of the prediction. I just realized that. Pretty cool guesses, though, I guess, as far as I think you're all right in the ballpark. I think we all were. So definitely has got room for improvement on this one. But we're not going to work on that one right now. But at least we got it dynoed so that we know where we're at with this one. Cool. Alright, so what we want to do next, so then we got this one done. I need to do some scrapping. Do some scrapping after working on that panel truck. I'm thinking we want to try and find another one of those so we can add some performance to it. That way we can have the two contrasted panel trucks of our own configuration. I think that'll be kind of fun. I also do have that Restomod version of the panel truck that is not in my own configuration. So we have that one to work on it too. Pretty cool. So we got plenty of things that we have options for. Hit that blue, big bucks, big bonuses, no whammies. And we're closing in on 120,000 in scrap points. Oh my goodness, we could probably do 10 cars and get everything to 3-star on the parts. That'd be wild. Because we've come to find... Whoa, only missed that mark. We've come to find, I guess, as far as it takes about 20,000 or so scrap points, I guess, as far as to get all the default parts, I guess, as far as up to 3-star. Yep, we've done that before. So not necessarily on performance parts, but just all the stock parts to the 3-star. So we could probably do about 10 cars, I guess, as far as and still be able to probably have a little bit left over. Pretty wild how that works. So if you ever did want to do that, increase the value on the car, I guess, as far as for all the, just the stock parts, you can go that route. I'm missing a lot of these big bonuses, aren't I? Oh no. So we did break a couple parts today over at the repair bench. Might be a little off my game, I'll admit. Trying to get my rhythm back here. Rhythm is a dancer. What is that one there? So that's a rear... That's a window, okay. I wonder why it's got it on the side like that. That's weird. Okay. At least it's marked. It's very well labeled. So that's kind of nice. One thing I do want to check this out here. It says Apache all for the hood. So what that means, and I've done this on myself, I guess, as far as in the design of our own cars, having interchangeable parts on different trims of cars, right? So what I'm thinking, I want to try this out. On that truck, the fleet side or the step side, we should be able to swap those out between the panel truck and that fleet. I keep calling it fleet side, step side. So the fenders are interchangeable too, apparently. That's kind of nice. We got interchangeable parts like that. Yeah, I think I'm below 50% of hitting the big bonus on these. Definitely below 50%. Missing quite a bit of the big bonuses. There we go. Finished off with the bang. Alright, so our inventory is clear other than this dude. We'll probably go ahead and save that. Still a good transmission. I'll put this in the warehouse. Yeah, let's put that in there. So that should be... That's going to be in... we got a lot of transmissions here. So usually it comes down to if we swap an engine or if we put a performance one in there, that's what we end up having all those left over. Nice stance on this one too. So we tended to go with the same idea with the stance on lead side. We could definitely put those types of that wheel tire combo on this one. I think that would look pretty cool. But what I want to try here with this hood, we should be able to swap these parts. They're going to be very interchangeable. Yep, so we can put, this is from the panel truck. Neat. Alright, and we can put this one on here. This one from that one on here. So that's very interchangeable that way. We've done the same thing with our Gen 2, where we can put different hoods. I forgot we had this one out. Let's get this one back away. I'm going to get the stock one out and just kind of show what is interchangeable on this for those that haven't seen it. Let's move this into the parking. I'm going to put that back in its own home. So we still got this one here to work on. That's got the modern LS engine into that one. That's not my own configuration. Put this one back into its home, which was right. What was that? Uh-oh. I think it was in here. Yep, right in here. Cool, so we got that one. Let's pull out our standard Gen 2 Camaro just to kind of show what we can do. Now the doors, this is something else I haven't tested yet. The doors on the drag, you could put those on the other trims of the car, of all of the other trims too. So if you wanted a more simpler door card, I guess as far as on the interior, you could do that. So I need to test that out too. Where's our standard? There's our standard. There we go. So what we can do, if we wanted to put this hood onto this car, we can do that. This works much the same way as on that Apache truck. So if we wanted to put this standard hood from here, yep, and put that on there, we can put the low profile cowl induction, I guess, as far as on this guy. We gotta go back to normal. Hold on. This one onto here. So that's interchangeable. So the only thing I have not tested on this, we could put these doors, which has this simple door card onto it, onto the other trims. So if we want to put that on here, try that out. So this is the drag one. I got that marked as drag. So we'll let you know, I guess, as far as it's got the simple door card onto it. So you can put that on there. Windows and stuff are interchangeable. So if you wanted to do this type of combo, you could put that door card, I guess, as far as on this one. You could do that for the stock one too. And then we could put this one onto here. Now, I don't know why you'd want to do that on the drag, but I would have the option. Alright, let's do this one. So we can put this door from that SS onto this guy. So we'll give you this kind of combo. So instead of having the simple door card, you could have that on there. Now, keeping in mind, I guess, as far as I'm eventually going to design this where it's going to be pretty trimmed out. Not going to have carpet. It's going to have like some type of metal working, I guess, as far as inside of that. Make it very lightweight. So yeah, those are very interchangeable between hoods and such. Now this one here, you wouldn't necessarily be able to use the other two hoods on this one because you got the hood scoop, the bird catcher sticking out. But these two are definitely very interchangeable. Now if you did end up wanting to put the supercharged engine into this one, you could definitely put this hood onto that one so that you can accommodate that engine swap. So this kind of shows the versatility of what you can do with this car trim, all these car trims. So that would be much the same for the Z28 as well. So let's pull this back off. We'll swap that back out. So yeah, kind of neat the way they did that, I guess, as far as having a lot of interchangeable parts on the different trims of that Apache. Okay, so let's put this. Oh no, wrong one. Well, the only way I have to know which one is which is got the color swath, and then the fact that this one says drag. I try to label it, I guess, as far as appropriately, so there's no confusion as to what is what. There we go. Put that back on there. And then let's put this one back on here. But yeah, if you want to go with a more simpler look on the SS, you could go with the, and then give this a sleeper look, I guess, as far as on this one. You can do that. Even though that one is standard, you can definitely go with a meaner looking hood on it. Alright, let's put the proper hoods where they want to go. So we'll put this on there. Put this one on here. There we go. Nice. So a lot of versatility in this one too. I was really hoping to get the ability, I guess, as far as to add the different fender badges onto the standard. Where it makes it very complicated to do that is I would have to, because they're in relatively the same position, I'd have to stack those, overlay them. It'd be really hard, I guess, as far as to get like the Z28 badge, the engine displacement badge, or the SS badge onto that, because they would all be in the same spot underneath the Camaro. So in an effort to allow that, that's what would have to happen. And I think that would just make it's too cluttered, for lack of a better way to put it. So picture, if you will, I guess you'd have all the different deals on there, to include the deletions. You only have the one type of badge on there. So I've kind of moved away, I guess, as far as from being able to put the fender badges onto this. The only other way you could do it is to have a totally separate front clamshell, which I didn't want to make that an option, just to get a particular fender badge. So I think I'm just going to leave this one, I guess, as far as to where you can't necessarily put the other fender badges onto the standard. The only way you can do that, I guess, as far as is with the ones that have it on there already. So like on this one, for example, if we wanted to put the Z28 badge, you can do that. But we take this one off, right? And then if we go ahead and buy a Z28 badge, let's say you put a different engine into it, it has, you know, the Z28 specs to it. What you can do is go here and buy the Z28 fender badge. So as long as it already has that fender badge spot to it, then you can put it on there. Okay, hold on. They're like, come on now. Make me a dummy. Okay, so wait a minute. I gotta fix that, I guess, as far as, so it should allow you to be able to put this Z28 badge onto there too. It should. I don't know why it don't. Try that again. I did buy it, right? Yeah, we got it right there. Oh, so this one's... Oh, I see what I did. So I meant to do this as... This is probably what I will consider to redo. I'll probably make this as a 2B. So as long as it's within the same... yeah, as long as it's within the same part, so 2B, C, and 1, so on, then you can make it... So yeah, I haven't changed it yet. So what I've come to find as far as is, if you got a totally different part number, obviously you can't put that, even though it's in the same spot as another trim. So where it helps, I guess, as far as to make a 2B, C, and so on, that way those would be interchangeable. So what I need to do as far as correct that, I guess, as far as, so it's not a part 3 but a part 2B. Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. So anyway, what I want this to be possible to do, I guess, as far as, so you can swap badges, I guess, as far as on the front clamshell that'll have that fender badge on it already. So I'm also considering this for the engine displacement badges too. So it's like the 350 and or the 396. We will have those too. So I still I gotta adjust that yet, but that's definitely going to be an option eventually. Let's put this one back on though. That back to where it was, so that way, yeah, if it already has that spot on the fender, I guess, as far as you'll be able to do that. Now I have considered, with that being said, to do a delete on this one here for the part 3 on the standard. And then you go 3, B, C, and so on, I guess, as far as to be able to have that on there. So I might have to try that out. I might have to just come up with a solution there, I guess, as far as on the fly there. But I definitely want to have those be interchangeable. So that even if you did want to take this completely off, you can do that, I guess, as far as and leave it like a sleeper. Make it really sleek and no badges on it at all. We do have fender deletes, I guess, as far as for these items too. Fender badge deletes. So I do have the fender badge delete for this, and for that. We'll have that the same for the engine displacement too. So a lot of customization in that regard for that. That's still yet to be seen. But yeah, pretty cool that you can swap these out here just much the same on our Gen 2 Camaro. Gotten a lot of inspiration for that. So the fenders are very interchangeable on these too. A lot of similar parts. So obviously the cab is different and other parts on it. So this one here I think is on here as a yeah, the whole bed is a rear clamshell. Pretty cool how they did that. Alright, let's get this one off. Let's put these back on here relatively. So we want this one with the turquoise. Nice. We'll put this one back on here. There we go. We got it all back to normal. So I think we're going to go ahead and personalize this plate. Go to the plate shop. Let's get... We're just going to do this. Boop. Get 2 of those. Got one in the front and the back. Slap those on there. Get this 100%. There we go. At least now this one should be 100% all the way around. That was fun to work on that one. So we still got this engine here. I think I'm going to leave... Let's put this one up in the warehouse for now. Got some engines to rebuild. Won't do that just yet. So let's do that. That'll be another rebuild of an engine we got to do. Okay. Sounds good. I think what we want to do is see if we can find another one of these so that we can add performance to it. And then if nothing else, we still have this one here that allows for the modern LS engine into it, which is, like I said, not my own config. So we have that one at least to work on. So if we don't find one, another one of these that we just worked on, see if we can find one here at the auction though. Good place to start. I like these, finding these in here because as far as a lot of them are a lot more premium. Look at that, and we found it right off the bat, 3-star. This one's a step-side custom in bad shape. Look at this one. This is what we're looking for. We got lucky. That's a 3-star. Look at that. All right, so let's see if she starts. Wow, she's in pretty good shape too. Missing a door. Wow, I like it. So let's see if she runs. Not even a big deal if she don't, because I think she's all there. Nope, so it needs a little oil. Yeah, we're gonna bid on this one. We got lucky finding this one right away. Super lucky. Looks like this one's originally from Poland. Check it out. Alright, let's see if we can bid on this guy. Can't believe how lucky we got on that. So it's 18,000 on the high end. I've been taking the approach, I guess, as far as let all the other bidders just go, and then once it starts to slow down, once it starts to go away, I guess as far as then I start bidding. That seems to work out a lot better. Just let them have at it. Yep, now we can start bidding. It starts to slow down. This one's... Yep, this one went over. That's okay, though. I think we got a good one here. Ooh, they really want this one. You're gonna make me pay for it. Yep. I'm okay with it. Yeah, buddy. So we're a little bit more than that, but we'll get it back to the house and see how much we overpaid. Put that in the car parking for now. What else we got in here? So there is this step-side custom that's in pretty bad shape. So these are some of the other trims that are available. Wow, this is in really rough shape. So this is another step-side. Stock one, I guess, as far as that was. I like to see what one of these looks like with the bed on it. So we have the one that's The step side, I guess, as far as that's the special custom config. But yeah, a lot of the engine is in this one. Let's see if this one's a 1-star, so probably not going to run. This one, the fuel tank is oriented this way. That's interesting. So the fact that the fuel fill up, I guess, as far as it's here, I don't wonder why it's like that. That's not the way that's supposed to work. It's definitely the configuration that we have where it's behind the back seat, upright. It's the way there's more legit. This one's pretty gutted out, though. I don't know if we got another one of these that's in better shape. Check it out. This one's a flatbed. This one's a 1-star. This one's pretty rough shape, too. Does have the flatbed on it. Yep, looks like a lot of the rear end's gone on it. And pretty cool trims on this one here. A lot of, no engine. That's just pretty gutted out. What else do we have? This one is the utility. I think this one's got the rack on it. Oh, cool. So this one's the fleet side. So I would like to find one that has the step side. So we have a nice stock comparison, I guess, as far as our config that we already have in the garage. This one's got the straight 6 in it, yep. What those trucks kind of had, I guess, as far as back then. So that's the fleet side. I'm a little bit more privy, I guess, as far as the step side. Step sides are pretty awesome looking. But that is our fleet side. Got a fleet van custom. Van cut. Okay, I can't remember what this one was like. So this is the custom one that the original creator did on this one. We kind of used this one as a base to make our own config for this panel truck. So gave it a different rake and so on. But looks like this one's pretty complete. So this one's probably got the inline 6. Yep. We're not really interested in. So yeah, we use this one as a base for our own config for the old school V8s. Lots of really cool trims in this one. I got one, but I don't remember whose it was. I think it was HQ's. That one for sure. I think I got. I think it's HQ's if I remember. I really like the way that one turned out. I have not checked them all out. It was just like I saw that one, and I was really trying to get some inspiration for wanting to redo, I guess, as far as the one I lost. After that mod got updated. So that was one of the first ones I grabbed. But we'll have to check and see what you've got there, old timer. Definitely have to check it out. So yeah, we got a lot of different trims for this Apache in here. This one's the HQ. Yep. We already have one of these waiting for us in our project garage. That one allows for the modern LS V8s into it. We don't need that one. Let's go check out... Oops, whoop, whoop. That's not what I meant to do. Bro. Can I go back to... Here, yeah, thank you. That's what I wanted. Go check them out, see what's in here. So we did get the Regal. We did get that Regal, I guess, as far as that was done by Dead Bob, I believe. Which does have a GNX trim in it. This one is the Grand National, actually. Let's see what this Grand National is all about. I have not gotten a chance, I guess, as far as to look at this entirely. We did subscribe to it, just to see. So far, I'm kind of digging it. So it's got the Grand National badging on it. It does only have a V6 in it. Bummer. Oh, you did with the turbos? Is that what you did? Oh, I like this. This is cool. That's pretty fancy, I guess, as far as it's got the Buick wood insulation, I guess, as far as onto that. This is... Holy mackerel, that's very detailed. So the fact that it only allows for the... let's see here. Nope, no, don't do that yet. Does this only allow for the... Oh, nuts. Yeah, we definitely have to create our own trim. We can put a V8 in this bad boy. Yeah, I want to put a V8 in this bad boy. So, yeah, the Grand Nationals, I guess as far as back then, they had the V6. This looks pretty neat, though. Yeah, so far I'm liking what I see here. This is, holy smokes, look at the stickers. All of this. See, I don't have any of this type of stuff in for Gen 2. Look at nice bead rolling. Got all the latches and... Oh, my goodness. That's pretty wicked. Even the third brake light. I wonder if it actually works. That third brake light actually worked. That would be wild. See what it looks like on the inside. Turn the flashlight off. Very period correct, I guess, as far as interior. Cool deal. Yeah, it's got that sweeping type of veto. Mm-hmm. So this one being a 5-star should run. He's a runner. It doesn't have that V6 in it. He's got the V6 into it. Yeah, I would want to make a config on this one here to be able to put the V8 into it. Definitely, definitely. So this one's originally from Mississippi. Yeah, not to be confused with Mississippi. Nice. Yeah, so I probably wouldn't get this one. I think, quite honestly, this is what the GNX had as a stock option, I guess, as far as in this one there. So a lot of them that we see, I guess, as far as they have the V8 into it. How do you lower cars? You have to do that in the editor. Is that what it's got? It is a Jaguar? Yeah, so the fact that they tried to mimic... Yeah, I see that. So I think what they tried to do is get close to what the... I don't know if you have that for the console there, very special needs. If you're on console, I don't think you have the editor. But yeah, if you want to be able to lower a car, I guess as far as... that's the only way I know is you have to do it in the editor. As far as I know, that can only be done on PC. Yeah, unfortunately, I think that can only be done on PC. No. Yeah, correct. So, as far as being able to lower it, I guess as far as... Right, so the fact if you want to lower the cars... No, you cannot shorten shocks. Again, that would come down to being able to adjust things in the editor for that. Yeah, so on console, unfortunately, it's very... there is air suspension, at least in PC anyway, I guess, for that you can have, but they don't actuate like air suspension. You don't have the option, I guess, as far as to make it lower, I guess, as far as the air, so they're not dynamic on the air suspension, but you do have option for air shocks. So I guess if this is the only GNX we have with the V6 option, I would definitely like to try and create a separate config for that. That's pretty neat looking though. GNXs were like that G body style. Pretty cool, I like it. But it definitely needs a V8. Definitely needs a V8. So I assume there's probably different trims of hood. I do like that nice touch, I guess, as far as... It's even got the spring. Hold on. It's got the spring here, too, I guess, as far as on the hood to make it nice and cushy. Very good detail in here. So... Cooling. It's got the modern... Yeah, I like the way they did this. Very, very reminiscent of that. Oh, you did the V6 with the turbos? Yeah, I would like to put a V8 in this bad boy. I think that would be cool. I was just taking a look and see. So that's our first look, I guess, as far, at least for me. Oh, it was a 4-star, my bad. I thought it was a 5. Pretty good shape, I guess, as far as for a 4-star. It does run. This one's a drag custom. Oh, that's the Monte Carlo. We'll take that back. So that's a different car. Relatively the same body. Only this is this one's a Chevy. This one's a Chevy as opposed to the Buick. So that's basically the same body style, I guess, as far as on the Buick and the Monte Carlo for that same year. Pretty cool. What else we got in here? Yeah, so that's what I'm aware of too. All of the Grand Nationals, they come with a V6 standard. I think what the creator tried to do is put the closest engine that we have available either in the game or DLC. Obviously, they went with the Jaguar because they found that was the closest one, I guess, as far as to go by. Because obviously, there's no way, I guess, as far as to put a custom engine into it without putting like a engine cover. Like we've seen this on the Subaru Legacy, that has a whole engine cover to make it look like an actual Subaru engine. But obviously, it's got the whatever the game provides. So, kind of neat way to do that. So I think we've gotten everything that we wanted to get here at the auctions. Let's go head back to the house. So the fact that based on that GNX, No, it definitely doesn't. I think what would have been cooler, possible thing to do as far as to put make an engine cover for it, so that it actually looked like a GNX engine. You know, to kind of cover up the Jaguar. Because we've seen that, I guess, as far as with a lot of other car mods, I guess, as far as to put a specific type of engine cover that would have had to make it, you know, to kind of cover up, I guess, as far as what engine you're putting into it, even though we don't have the specific one to put into it. So that would be an option. But we did get the... we need to make some room here. So for now, what I would like to do, I'm going to put this one away. This one's got some weird collision on the rear end here. I don't know what's going on with that. I keep running into it. It's got a really funky collision. So it's the same thing on this truck. Well, what I mean by the engine cover is, I don't think I have an example out here, but like on the GTO, that's a good one I can remember. Let's move this back. Just for an example. Yeah, let's move this one back to parking. Make some room here. I'm going to get the GTO out. This is what I mean by a custom engine cover. Just to make it look authentic. Yeah, so we go like this. I'm going to put this dude back in his home. So that goes right there. Cool. And we want to pull out, remember where I put it. Pontiac GTO. And that's this one's a mod car, I guess, as far as it's on Steam Workshop. I take no credit for its design, but one of these here. So that's the drag. Let's do this guy. So this is what I mean by a custom engine cover. So like this, you know, they got this one here. So if you take it off, it makes it look like it covers up, I guess, as far as the original in-game car design. So that's not the way it was in actuality, right? But when you create a custom engine cover, it gives it that look of what the GTO actually looked like. Now, to include the hoses, they did a really good job on this one. So this one's even got the overlay for to make it old school battery and such. This is what I mean, I guess, as far as about making the engine cover look period correct, I guess, as far as for the engine bay. This is a very good example of that. I've been trying to do something similar to this for Gen 2. Similar fashion, I guess, as far as to give it that actual look of what it looked like back in that time frame. Even to have the overflow over here, that's all part of that engine cover. Make the engine, the battery, I guess, as far as actually look like it should be. It's even got the hoses in here going into the water pump and such. That's pretty slick. I like the way they did that. So that's what I mean about like a really good. So the other one that I can think of is the Subaru Legacy, the way that one's done. So we know it's possible to create an engine cover to make it look a little more period correct. Well, yeah. So depending on what type of engine you want to put into there, it might interfere, I guess, as far as with that. So obviously you would leave the engine cover off. Right, so it does give you that option. I guess that's the other nice thing about it is these types of things. Like if we want to leave this off, we could do that. But what I don't like is it makes the car incomplete in that regard. So some people can probably look past that. I like to have it 100%, so I'm gonna definitely keep it in there. But if you wanted to put a different engine in there to put the cover on there, obviously it's going to make it look different if you're trying to make it look custom. So like if you wanted to put the modern LS into there, like you suggested their old timer, yeah, obviously you'd have to leave that off. Yeah. See, for me, I can't. What I would do if I was designing the car, I would make it so that you could do engine cover delete, right? So that way you could put your own custom thing in there, and then would allow for this to be 100%. So that's definitely what I've taken into account for the design of my Gen 2. So if I did put a custom engine cover onto this, I would allow for a engine cover delete. So that way, if you did want to put a different, you know, like a modern engine into it, you wouldn't need that. Even if when you do put the engine cover on it, it wouldn't show. right? That's the approach I would take anyway. So on this one, it doesn't allow for that. You just have to leave it off, and it would make it incomplete. So yeah, just some things that I've come to understand the way you can design the car from the modeling standpoint. But this one's pretty cool too, because as far as this goes all the way down to being able to take the body right off the frame. So that goes pretty extreme. Yeah, so there are parts that bonus parts you can get. I'm not a big fan of the bonus part. If I can eliminate using bonus parts, I guess as far as to get it to look the way it should look, I'd rather do that. I'd like to create the part so that it's already built into the model. That's what I like to do. But your approach there, Overtimer, obviously is using the bonus parts to get it to look the way you want it to look. If my approach is like if I can allow parts that I can make available for the car to be all available in the store, and you don't necessarily have to do it as a bonus part. That's just my approach to it. The other thing I do like about this car is it does have the tack on the hood, which is the way the GTOs were back in that day. Pretty solid. Now, the fact that we got the carbon fiber library on this, we don't have to have it carbon fiber. We can definitely just go standard paint, but definitely gives it a very unique look to that one. So we did get another one of these fellas. I need to make some room out here. I can pull that out. So let's go ahead and put this one back. Let's move this one here. So yeah, just a very good example. I feel like it's as far as of having a customized period correct type of engine cover. That's the only thing I wanted to show there. So let's put this one back in its home. Where'd I have that at? So that's over here. GTO right here. Yep. Cool. So what I want to do is pull this one here for a V8 special. This one, what I'd like to do is put some performance to this one, and possibly go with the supercharged engine with it. What I'd like to do. So let's pull it out, and we're going to swap these out. So I'm going to swap some things out here so we can do some comparisons. So we're going to swap this one here out there. Cool. We'll leave him parked out here for now, and I'll swap these two back. Now we can work on this one here, right in this bay. I don't know. This lift here, I tend to like to use for what we actually work on. What's done is over here. So let's move this one, swap this one over to A. Complete swap. There we go. So this one here, I didn't run. I'm gonna see if I can put some fresh oil into it. See if we can get it started. See if she'll start just by putting some topping her off with some fresh oil. Yeah, I've definitely liked your approach there, Old Timer, with using the bonus parts for things. But that's one approach, and one yeah, for creating config. I definitely like to be able to just build it into the car, as far as from the modeling standpoint. That's just my own perspective of it. I mean, to have bonus parts on it, that's fine. If you want to put them on there, that's, if you're used to that, nothing wrong with that. We need to get up on the lift here before we... Yeah, let's see if it'll run. That's what I was trying to do. A little scatterbrains today. Will she start? A little bit of a hard start. There she is. She's a runner. She's a runner. Alright, so... This one we're going to take the approach, like I said, as far as to put some performance parts onto it. So we'll probably go with the supercharged engine. We do have that swap option. I think that's what we'll do, is we'll build up. Now, in 26, we've come to find that if you've got the base engine, right, the modular concept, I guess, as far as to that, all you'd have to do is just get the parts needed, like the supercharger and stuff like that, I guess, as far as for it. Kind of like that. We did the turbo on the pickup, I guess, as far as there in 26, and that's pretty cool. We had to go pretty deep, I guess, as far as to get some more internal parts, I guess, as far as changed out as well to do the turbo, but still pretty cool concept. Let's go ahead and get this over to the car wash. Let's give her a bath. The fact that she's pretty complete, I guess, as far as coming from the auction as a 3-star. Appreciate that lurk, old timer. We're gonna have to check that one out, old timers. I guess as far as they did, I understood. I guess as far as they did a V6. I guess as far as with the turbos. Let's see how they did that. Well, yeah, she's still pretty rough shape. What does it got on here for the livery? Looks like it's the plumbing and heating. We'll probably change that. Let's move this back over to the left. Did I get the interior? I don't think I did. Do the interior. Got to do the interior. Yep. Alright, so that should be... Oh, we gotta weld the frame? Okay, let's get that done. Let's weld the frame up, see what we got here for our panel truck. So 2 panel trucks for the price of 1. Really, I wouldn't have had to do the other one if we hadn't lost our config. I would have got right into this one here to put some performance to it, but we had to backtrack there a little bit. Not a big deal. We got it all figured out. So yeah, we should probably look and see here how that old timer gets as far as mention that. Our frame should be welded up. Let's take a look on the workshop here and see what old timer's got. See what we got here. So let's go. So this is where that one. If you want to get this Buick Regal that has that GNX in there, this is where you can get it. Let's see what old timer's got. So here's the one here, from Multi. This is the step side. Is that step side? Oops. Looking at it. There we go. There's old timer. Oh, he's got the bike in the back. Check that out. There's the stacks on it. Pretty cool. Nice. I like that look there. So you got to have that as a bonus part, I guess, as far as to allow for that. Interesting here, I guess, as far as with those types of stacks on it. It's very rat rodish. You like that style? Got the supercharged engine note with the optimum battery. Nice. Yeah, I don't have. I know I don't have a lot of these bonus parts, I guess, as far as for that type of stuff. So there's the panel truck. I guess as far as you got the panel truck in there. So is this got both configs in there? I guess as far as for the panel truck and the fleet step side. See if that does. Does that have both? See what we got in this one. So this is the 58, part of the Task Force series, fleet side. Bed available. Oh, so you got both the short and the long bed. So this one's just the step side. Okay. But he does have the picture in there for the panel truck. Let's see what else the timer's got here. Plymouth GTX, the Chevelle. Oh, we gotta go to recent, that's what we gotta do. So there's that one. This one's the HQ one. We do have that one. We did subscribe to that guy. So can't remember, did oh, he was mentioning that's the step side. There's the panel truck. This is the one we did get that gets as far as by HQ. I guess as far as for that step side, we already got shown that off. Oh, I didn't realize we had this dude. That's cool. This one is original panel truck. So I'm not seeing. So I guess OT only did the step side. Checking that out. Not, and honestly, you know, if it didn't have some of the bonus parts in there, I mean, a lot of those bonus parts you don't have to have those applied to the vehicle as far as to make it 100%. I don't believe that's the one beauty, I guess, as far as with the bonus parts, you don't have to put those on there. So that is kind of a nice thing about it. So there are some advantages, I guess, as far as to having the bonus parts as opposed to having them as car parts. That's very understandable. Alright, so what I need to do is update some things here. So we did Do that one and did this one. Okay. Had to update some notes on my end. So yeah, where we're at, we're gonna fix this guy up, and we're gonna take the approach of probably putting the supercharged engine into it. So we'll have to build that. That should be fun. All right, we need to fix some body parts. So we did do the frame. It may not look like it gets as far as there's a lot of body parts that are not in good shape here. So our inventory is. Oh shoot! I forgot to put that back on. Oops! I need to get that back out so I can put that back on there. Whoopsie. Alright, hold on a minute. So let's do this. Didn't realize I didn't put that back on there. So let's go here. Let's get that GTO back out there for a second. Got so excited about explaining that. Gotta put that bad boy back on there. This one here. Move it. Okay, let's put that back on there. There we go. Now we should be 100%. Good deal. Now we'll put it back. Hey, what's happening there, Peachy? What's happening today? Hope the day is going well. Just having to resort some cars there for a second. Let's put this GTO back. Swap it back to its own. We're doing just peachy, as you would put it. Just peachy. It's a pretty sunshiny day. Drying out from all the wet we got over the weekend. That's for sure. So we need to put this guy back right there. There we go. I see what I did. You like what I did there? Yeah, we got snow this morning. It came down. It wasn't any major accumulation, but okay, let me see how I did this now. So okay, this one's the step side. Yeah, we can pull this one back out. Yep, that's our step side. We'll leave him out there for now. We're working on this guy. Alright, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Nice. Let's fix up some body panels. Oh, cool. So a lot of these are going to be repairable. Awesome. Good deal. This truck was originally from Poland. So cool. A lot of this stuff is repairable. Good deal. So how much snow did you get there, Peachy? Just out of curiosity. We got this like a dusting this morning, and that kind of melted off as it warmed up during the day. Uh, 3 to 4 inches? Yeah, yuck. Yeah, you can keep that, okay? I don't want any of that. Okay, we got those out. So, okay, we got this one here. Did I miss doing that on this? I think I did. Oh, that one is 100%. Alright, cool. Put that back on. Got a little sun visor in there. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't even want the 3 to 4, to be quite honest. It's spring. Winter's over with. Get out of here with that nonsense, right? Alright, let's fix up our body panels that we can fix up here. Try not to break any more parts. Yeah, so even the fact that they call for 5 to 10, I wouldn't even want that. I want any of it. I don't want any more snow. It's spring, god darn it. We've already had Easter. Easter is the, yeah, that's kind of like the gateway, I guess, as far as to being officially into spring. That's what I say. Minnesota? Is that what you meant? Minnesota got a mind of its own? I've been to Minnesota. I do understand, I guess, as far as it has, especially if you're in the northern regions of Minnesota. I get it. It's kind of like the UP over here in Michigan. That part of the state definitely has a mind of its own. So I get it. Alright, so we got those parts right there. I love the stance on that thing. We'll probably repaint this one. Obviously, it's got the Baxter plumbing and heating, but we'll probably do something else. Alright, let's get this reassembled. So we're kind of comparing what we got here, I guess, as far as on our stock one of those. That's our own config. We're going to do some performance onto this one. So we'll probably put the supercharged engine. We'll have to build that. You just skip it completely. Go right to summer. Yeah, that'd be kind of wild. I know down there in the south, we got some folks that live down there in the south. So we're missing this headlight. Okay. Gotta buy that one. Get our new headlight for over here. So you just skip right over autumn and spring, go right to summer. It just goes right to 80. It's just like someone says, hey, yep, screw it. We're not going to do those seasons. That's kind of wild. Yeah, we definitely get a lot more in Michigan here, I guess, as far as we get. Winter never seems to want to let go. That's for sure. Winter just definitely doesn't seem to want to let go. So usually by May, you know, like around Memorial Day, it starts to get really nice. You know, weather stays pretty consistently warm. But yeah, it's usually not till like May. April usually kind of struggles still, I guess, as far as up until we get to May. Mother Nature likes to hold on to that, I guess, as far as for some reason. Why, I don't know. I don't know. Just let go of it. Just let it go. So let's get ourselves a new window for this side. And all the body parts good to go. Yeah, it sounds kind of wild there, Peachy. Okay, we were missing that door. That's right. So we're going to have to paint that door. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this one back off. I need to paint this new door that we're missing. Same color. Alright, let's get that ordered up. Cool. Alright, let's go get that painted. We can probably put the rear bumper on. Tail lights on. And we'll get that new door repainted. Same as the other door. Alright, let's go get that painted. So something else that has been brought to my attention, like, I could have totally eliminated this this whole thing, I guess, as far as with losing that config, if I would have posted that up to the Steam Workshop. It had been suggested to me, I guess, as far as by the creator, just to potentially not lose, I guess, as far as configuration, otherwise making sure I back it up there, because when the mod does update, I guess, as far as obviously that's going to get stepped on. That's definitely things that I'm taking into consideration, even the way I designed my own vehicle. So we want to paint this one to get that in the swath. We can paint our new one. Let's do this. Paint it. That'll put that color in the swath, and we'll be able to paint our new one the same color. Okay, so let's do this one for the new one. There we go. Okay, let's get it that color, so it'll be perfectly color matched. Awesome. Alright, let's get that back on there. So obviously one door has the license plate and one don't. Got that big old egg on our roof. Alright, let's get these back on. Let's get it down. Okay, don't forget the windows this time. I forgot the windows the last time. Yep, definitely need some new windows. So that door is completely missing, so we're going to need all of that. Definitely liking the way they labeled all these parts, just to kind of know there's no confusion as to which Apache version it goes onto, be it the fleet side, step side, or the van. So we should be good to go on our body. 91%. Yep. So the last bit of that is going to be license plates, which we're not going to worry about that right now. We need to deal with some interior. Let's do that next. So let's go interior dismantle. Yep, take these out and get some new stuff. Okay, let's do assemble. Need a new steering wheel, seats. Good deal. Let's go to the interior shop for those. Get into the right store. Steering wheel. 2 of those. Get those slap in there. Assemble. Nice. Cool. Alright, so our interior should be good to go. Nice. Now we just got to work on all the other parts. And we do have that option for the supercharged, which we're going to shoot for, I guess, as far as on this one here. Now, we don't have one built. We're going to definitely have to go ahead and build that engine. We got to get this one out, though. So we got to drain the oil. We know it runs. That'll be another 2 carb that we'll get a chance to rebuild. Okay. Let's go ahead and drain this engine out. So we know the engine's good. It's a runner. She's a runner. Wow, she's pretty toasted down here. We're gonna have to get that all fixed up. Alright, let's get that out of the way. And let's dismantle this so we can yank her out. Got her pretty well tucked in here on the on the frame. So that's all out. Drive shaft out. So it was a 3-star. 3-stars seem to be pretty good, I guess, as far as they're at the auction. That's out. Get that transmission out of there. I know we've had discussion many times before as far as like how many folks, when you've worked on an engine, you pull the engine out, you keep the transmission onto it. I don't know why people take that approach. It's so much easier to get the engine out if you take out the transmission first. That's just my own take. I mean, it's just so much easier that way. Then that way you don't have to fight trying to get it out of the engine bay. Or is it bumping into everything and scratching up the paint and all that good stuff. Alright, now we can get this pulled out of here. We're going to get this battery charged. Pull that out of there. We'll get more of that engine bay gets as far as cleaned up too. Alright, where's our crane? Get this puppy out of here. Yeah, she cleaned up pretty nice there on the body, at least for starters. Cool, she's out of there. Alright, let's get that moved out of the way so we're not tripping over it. Let's get some more stuff here in the engine bay. So we got to drain out some stuff so we don't get the mess on the floor. You know, we get people coming in here and gets as far as slipping and falling. We don't want that. Try to avoid that as much as possible. Alright, we got to drain this puppy out. Cool, we'll get this out of here and get this all cleaned up. We'll get some new fuses and relays. So yeah, right off the bat, we're gonna definitely be putting a better engine. That's gonna be the supercharged OHV. Now, whether or not we'll put performance parts right away onto the supercharged, we probably won't do that. So we'll probably just get the supercharged engine into it, and then kind of go from there. We very well might end up putting some performance parts to it, though. Very possible. Very good possibility. Alright, we got that drained. This one drained. All the fluids out of her. Okay. Alrighty then, so that's all out of there. Cool, let's go fix up what parts we can for this engine bay. Now, I already broke 2 parts today, I guess, as far as we'll try be a little bit more careful. Be a little bit more careful this time. Alright, we're not breaking any parts. That's good. Give it one more good whack. There we go. Alright, nice. Let's get this back together. Battery should be charged. Wait. Now, I don't know what this is here on the firewall. We never did determine that, but it's got some pretty simple bead rolling on this. Good bracing and oh man, pretty decent. Wait, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this mode. There we go. Put our servo back in. Field base, we'll get some new fuses and relays for that. Batteries charged. Need a new cherry juice container. We'll go back to this store. Okay. Fuses and relays. Get these all on the list and get these brand new. Okay, and then we gotta go to the electronics store for those. We need 3 of the big boys. 2 of those. 2 of those. 2 of those. See the pattern here, right? And then one of the this is the big amp. That's the 100 ampere fuse. There we go. Want to get all that base horsepower out of this engine, at least for starters. So this is one way we can accomplish that. All this replaced 100%. There's our cover. Nice. Okay, so the radiator, that is refurbished. We need a new bug juice container. Go back to this store. Okay, and I think that is it for engine bay, other than the engine itself. Cool, that's nice and cleaned up. Yeah, we need to build this engine. I'm gonna pull this one off. We'll put this back in the warehouse. Poor engine just wants to get rebuilt. Get it restored. Let's put this back in here for now. We'll have 2 of those to rebuild. Okay. Let's go ahead and we need to build a supercharged OHV for this build, for this panel truck. Where's she at? That's going to be this fella right there. Create that. Beautiful. Now, we're going to have to buy these parts, so we're just going to build it all from scratch. All from scratch. We need an engine. Oh, we got an engine block in there. In the warehouse. Cool. Cool deal. So we got an engine OHV in the warehouse. Where that at? So it's just the block, right? We got a Coyote. And there's the OHV. Beautiful. Alright, we'll use that one. So if we do have the parts in the warehouse, we'll definitely use them. We'll definitely use them. Okay, so we're gonna need crank. Yep, so our inventory is clear, so just to confirm. We got anything in the warehouse? We do not. Okay, so we got a... Oh, crap. Try that again. We don't have a crank in the warehouse, so we have to buy a new one. Okay. Cam, probably don't have any of those. Nope, so we gotta buy a cam. So the engine block, you know, having the heart of the base build of the engine. Yo, what's going on there, Lava Chicken Pizza? What one we got on there today? Right now we're going to put a supercharged OHV into our panel truck. Custom config. We already did this one here earlier. That has no performance to it. This one we're going to add some performance to it. That's what we're working on today, I guess, as far as our... blown out, I guess, as far as Apache panel truck. Yeah. So we're going old school today. So yeah, we're building this one from scratch. As far as the OHV supercharged. Okay, so we need a cam gear. Need some pistons and rings. I guess as far as we can go on now, let's get this set. Alright, let's get some pistons and rings for her. Stones, we need 8 of those because it is a V8. And don't forget to put the rings on it. Don't forget to put those rings on it. So we got 8 of those. Cool. And slap those in. We'll get this bottom end buttoned up. Get in there. Get in your home. There you go. So, what have we been working on there, Lava Chicken Pizza? That pizza sounds good, actually. Oh, we got over... Yeah, we got quite a bit of time in there, too. Yes, we have tried the demo. I do have a VOD on the YouTube channel. They've obviously done some updates to the demo. So we haven't played a lot of the updates to the demo. But we did do the initial release of the demo. The only other thing I have done, I guess, as far as post-fact of the initial release is to put the turbo V6. Was it a V6 or V8 onto the pickup? Which is pretty cool. Now let's put our time cover on here. Need a time cover. But beyond that, we have not done anything more with it. You haven't tried it yet. It's got a lot of really cool things to it. I'm really hoping they refine the way the shopping list works, because I know they did add that the whole delivery system, I guess, as far as to the parts, so they're not instantaneous. I feel it's a little bit clunky yet, in my opinion. So I'm kind of hoping they refine it so it's a little bit more streamlined than what it is. That's just my own take on it. But I do like the fact that they did add that function in there, I guess, as far as to have it delivered. So you have to wait for parts, or you can pay a little bit extra if you want it instantly delivered. So that's a nice aspect to it. But yeah, the way the shopping list works in comparison to 21, it's a little bit too layered, in my opinion. I hope they definitely streamline it a little bit better. I would like to be a little bit more, you know, being able to transition, I guess, as far as into that shopping list a little easier. So like, for example, I've suggested, I guess, as far as to allow it in the pie menu to get to the shopping list, irregardless of which store you need to get your parts from. I'm hoping they will listen to what I suggest, because I would really like to see that. We got a little bit of a raffle going on there, folks, so feel free to get on that raffle while it's hot. Yeah. Yo, appreciate that follow there, Lava Chicken Pizza. Man, you're making me hungry for pizza now. Go for pizza. Yeah, but once 26 does come out, we have considered, I guess, as far as we're going to be playing it. I like what I see for the most part there, with the exception, I guess, as far as of some things getting a little bit more refined. That's all. You play a lot of Minecraft? If you want to get on the raffle, exclamation point, join there, old timer. Welcome back. We need let's button up our bottom end with the oil fan. Exclamation point, join. You want to get on the raffle? Do. All caps with authority. It's like, join, God darn you. Yeah, we did check that that out there, old timer. I guess as far as your step side, I guess as far as for that Apache. So I'm assuming, maybe you can answer me this. With the stacks on it, if I didn't want to have the stacks on it, that's a bonus part, right? As far as the upright stacks. We have that option, I guess, as far as to not have those, right? Just out of curiosity. I think I was mentioning about how bonus parts work. They don't remove, I guess, as far as being able to get to 100%. So you would probably know a little bit more about that. They're not option. What do you mean they're not an option? So it's just a bonus part you can put on there, right? As far as the stacks? That's what I was wondering. Oh, good. GG's there. GG's there, Lava. So they're a Viper exhaust? Oh, I gotcha. So I didn't even realize that. I guess that's why I asked. So they're a Viper exhaust, they're just done vertical? Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. So you would have to have the Dodge DLC for that. I didn't look at what the requirements were. So the fluids are that's a chat currency. You do use those. If you find yourself in the top 5 for the month, you can earn yourself a free gifted sub to the channel. For example. So they are, you can check your fluids, I guess, as far as exclamation point fluids. Like so. Yeah, so what those are used for, I guess, as far as you can play some mini chat games, I guess, as far as to get yourself up here, you can gamble. Those, if you don't find yourself in the top 5, I guess, as far as getting towards the end of the month, you can feel free to gamble those. and potentially earn yourself that. So right now, if it were the end of the month, these folks that are currently in the top 5 would be eligible for a free gifted sub to the channel. You could also gift somebody else if you don't want to gift a sub, or you can be a VIP for the month. I give those 3 options. So we've had some folks, I guess, as far as take some of those options for the month of March. Still trying to get some of those resolved, I guess, as far as for the month of March. Going into a new month, being April. So that's I kind of make the fluids here, I guess, as far as a little bit more valuable. Also, if you're in the top 5, that shows me and others, I guess, as far as that you are very interactive in the chat, and you probably deserve to have a sub. So that's where my logic behind it, I guess, as far as is to show some support to those that support the channel. Okay, so we need alternators. So we don't have any of these in the warehouse. Okay, cool. That's going to be in a different store. That's right. So power steering pump we can get here, though. Okay, let's get our power steering pump. Yeah, I haven't put any of the top end stuff there. I want to button up the bottom end. I guess we do got that pretty well buttoned up. We need some heads. So let's get that head and this head. I don't think I have any of these in the warehouse. I do not. So we're going to leave that on there for now. So we don't have any heads. Let's get 2 new heads. On our supercharged overhead valve engine. Other games that I stream are American Truck Sim and Euro Truck 2. We do that primarily on Tuesdays. This is kind of our primary game here, I guess, as far as over in the channel is Car Mechanic. We also do Satisfactory on Saturdays. A little bit of Satisfactory on the Saturdays. So we're in post-product assembly, I guess, as far as on the Satisfactory. So we're in the mode of doing alien power matrices on Satisfactory. I have a lot of fun in that game. We did on this past Saturday for the Twitch anniversary. 8 years as affiliate. Time flies when you're having fun, and we've had a lot of fun here on the channel, I think. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been doing it for the better part of 8 years, I think. So yeah, those are our primary games we like to play here on the channel. I appreciate that. Yeah, we had that. We celebrated that Saturday. Officially, I guess, as far as 8 years as an affiliate on Twitch. Nice. Okay, so let's get some. We need some push rods. We need a mechanics dozen of those. Yeah, mechanics dozen of these, otherwise known as 16. We come up with a special name for this, I guess, as far as the fact that it's, you know, we get bakers have their own dozen, which is 13, and mechanics dozen, I guess, as far as 16. And when you got V8 engines you work on, when we need 16 of something, I guess, as far as we call it, a mechanics dozen. Figure other industries like the bakers, they get their own saying, so we got our own from being a mechanic. So let's do 16 of these, 2 per cylinder, just in case anybody's keeping track. Get that whole valve train rebuilt. I shouldn't say rebuilt, because this is all brand new. This is all fresh. All fresh. Didn't have the supercharged engine into this panel truck, so we're going to put that one in there. What we decided to go with. Give it a little bit more oomph in its step, I guess, as far as in comparison to the other config we did earlier. Yeah. You know what I need to check here is see, do we have this working? Yes, we do. How many have we got in here? We got 13 of you in here currently. Every once in a while, I do like to just spurt out some fluids. It gets as far as for everybody just hanging out. being awesome. So definitely does pay, I guess, as far as to stay here. If you can interact, I guess, as far as it's even better. I always like to meet new people. Alright, so we need a couple of covers. Don't have those in the warehouse. Okay, so we need this one and the oil fill side. Yep. Cover up our valve train. There we go. There's that side. This is our oil fill side. And there we have it. So, don't think we have this intake. Nope. So, we gotta buy one of those. Put a lot of air in that, into that blower. Look at all that air you can put in there. Good stuff. Okay, and of course we need that supercharger. Oh, we have one in the warehouse. Sweet. Alright, let's get that out of the warehouse. Okay, definitely if we have it in the warehouse, we're going to use it. You better believe it. So, supercharger. Now, let's do it this way. Let's do SUP. There she is. We got Hellcat superchargers there too, I realize. I haven't built one of those in a while, the modern Hellcat. It's been a while since we built one of those. Cool. Alright, so let's get some belts on here. So we did get the supercharger, we're good there. Get the belt. So that is going to be needed from electronics store. That's electronic. Let's get the spark plugs on there. Let's get our carburetor. Plural. We need 2 of these. 2 4-barrel carburetors for our supercharged engine. So 326 horsepower is what we got on the other panel truck with that standard overhead valve engine. So we'll see how much we get off of this one here after we build it. 2 new air filters for a bird catcher. And of course we'll need that bird catcher. Yep, get our air bird catcher on there, nice. Cool, that's most of the top end there. So we got, get our back end here. Get our flywheel. Make it a little bit more fly here on the back end. See what I did there? Some of it went right over your head. Went right over your head. That's okay. Pressure plate. Okay, and of course we need that throw-up bearing in there. That's something else that I did come to realize in the 26 demo. They're still only focused more on just manual transmissions, so not necessarily implementing any automatic transmissions. Which I'm still kind of hopeful that they'll add that. I want to see automatic transmissions. Because there's some of those cars that definitely do use more of an automatic transmission than a manual. And just have both options. We'll have both manual and automatic transmission options. We need a fuel filter. Trying to get all the these parts out of the way so we can get all the electronic parts, I guess, as far as in one go. We need a coil. There we go. So then we should be able to go to the electronics store and get all the electronic stuff. So alternator, sparkulators. I need 8 of those. Gonna need some wires too. Get our coil. Alright, let's get these in. Need a belt for that. You know what? Let's get all these parts in here first and then we'll get that belt. Oh, I missed the distributor? But I missed that. Okay, we got it on there now. We'll have to get the rotor and all that stuff too. All the timing stuff. Yep, just making sure. Rotor, thank you. And then the cap. Just confirming that we don't have any of these items. Distributor cap, thank y'all. I think the clips we gotta get in the other store. I do remember, right? Yeah, these we gotta get in the other store. So let's go back to this store. Yep, get 2 clips for this cap on the distributor. Then it'll go flying off on us. Don't want that falling off. This one's a bear to get at. It's pinned up right against the intake. There we go. Alright, now we can get this belt. Finish up that front end. And of course the fan. Keep that radiator nice and cool. Ooh, I think that one is complete. Now we still got some work to do on the front end. Be able to put that freshly built engine back into. I think we're in good shape. Let's go work on the front end of this truck. Give it a new home, I guess, as far as to settle into. Now, I might go with different wheel combo here. So what I'm thinking to do on this version here is we want to put these types of tires and rims. That's what I'm thinking anyway. So we'll do the Rim Retro 3 and the Race Tire B. Probably have the same size. I really like that look on this step side. I think I might try that on this one. See how that looks. Now, as far as widths and such, I guess as far as we'll have to play around with that and see what we like. I will definitely have to play around with that. Yeah, we got a lot of parts there that can probably be repaired, which is good. Looking good so far. Awesome sauce. Alright, so we got to replace that stuff. Pretty crusty down here. This panel truck definitely got some use. You got used. And not necessarily abused. She just got some normal wear and tear. This is what I consider just normal wear and tear. So I might have a little bit different exhaust setup on there. We'll have to check and see. You got the supercharger on this one. Okay, upper control arm. Lower control arm. So far, I'm seeing a lot of parts that can be repaired. What I like to see it. Love to see it. Whoa, easy there, fella. Okay, get that knuckle off of there. Cool. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and take this out too. That all yanked out. I'm gonna get that replaced. Okay, we'll get our tank out of there. You're welcome. Okay. Awesome, so let's go get some rotors remachined. Get some multitasking going on. And she's cleaning up pretty nice. Alright, we already broke 2 parts today. I'm going to try not to break anything more. Operative word on try. Okay, we can get that other rotor. Let's get that other rotor. This is all for the front end of our panel truck. Doing good so far. We haven't broken anything. What's going on there, Alan? Welcome on in. Hope the day's going well. So far, we're on a roll, I guess, as far as we've working on our second panel truck configuration of our own. We're going to add some performance to this guy, though. So, just to get you caught up, I guess, as far as on what you might have missed. Alrighty then. Alright, we got that other rotor done. Yeah, so what I ended up doing, I think you probably remember how I lost the configuration for that. I've reacquired it. I've had to redo it, I guess, as far as, so that's, we got it back to square one, at least, anyway. We've taken note, I guess, as far as of all the updates that have been applied to that particular mod, one of which it did add this truck. So it's in there as a pack. Yeah, so you might remember that, I guess, as far as so that's what we've taken the initiative to, I guess, as far as to recreate that configuration. It took me another couple hours, I guess, as far as to get it done, but I've taken the initiative, I guess, as far as to back my configs up, just taking into consideration about how much these types of mods get updated. So just to not step on it again. Also, it's been suggested to me by the creator, like if I create a config, it's as far as to get it uploaded to the Steam Workshop. That's another way, I guess, as far as to make sure that it doesn't get lost or stepped on, I guess, as far as when the mod gets updated. So that's been what I've been told, and I guess I'm kind of learning a little bit myself, I guess, as far as of how these types of things work. So trying to look at the brighter side of it. It's still, at the end of the day, it still took me a good couple hours to get that reestablished. So now, well, this is where I wanted to do, I guess, as far as when it came to Wednesday. Yeah, when it came to Wednesday, I wanted to get to this point to be able to add performance, find another one, which we did do. That's what this one's gonna do. This one we left it our original configuration. It's all 100% redone. We did that earlier. We're gonna do this one with the supercharged engine. So that's what we've already got built. We're gonna slap that in there. We're just fixing this one up to put that in there. So we need to get our shock assemblies taken apart. Do that. And then we also need to get new parts. So let's get some new brake pads. So yeah, anyway, that's in a nutshell, I guess, as far as of what we've been up to today. Trying to get over, I guess, as far as the fact that we lost that config. And yeah, kind of where we're at there. So we need to get some new whoops, that's not what I wanted. So we'll go to shocks. Gonna be here. We need that, that, and that. Get some new shock assemblies. Two of those. And two of these. Cool. Let's put those back together. So we're gonna need some tie rod stuff and some wheel bearings. We need two of these, two of these. Let's get some wheel bearings stuff. We need two of these. This is for the front end, so we need two of these. So the blue panel truck and the yeah, and so this other one that's we got over here, we did this earlier. So this is basically the original configuration that I created. So we fixed this one up earlier. Got it all 100%. Yep. So now we're working on basically the same one, but this one we're going to put the supercharged engine into it. So we're going to probably repaint it. Probably put some different tire combo. So the tire combo I'm considering to put on is like this one. So we'll probably put a similar wheel tire combo like this one onto This one here that's up on the rack. That'll be pretty cool. I think that'll be pretty neat. Alright. Now, I think the only thing other thing we need is the rubber bushings. For this setup, we need the 12. Yep, let's get 12 of those. Cool deal. Alright, let's get this put back together here in the front end. I'll be able to slap this engine in. So, subframe, refurbish. New rubber bushings. Yeah, so we already dynoed and took that blue one over to the drag strip. Runs pretty good. So that's definitely has encouraged us, I guess, as far as to build one that has a little bit more performance to it. That was the whole idea by us creating that configuration. We can add. Now I do have another version of this panel truck that's not my own configuration that allows for the modern LS engines to go into it. Oh, what am I doing? That's not what I wanted. I already have these. Get that off of there. I only got 2 batteries. I don't know how that happened. Anyway, so yeah, these should already be purchased. Alright, cool. Knuckles are already refurbished. Our new tie rods. Cool. Upper and lower control arms refurbished with some new bushings. Gotta make a nice new home, I guess, as far as to put our freshly built supercharged engine into. Cool. Shock assemblies, all brand new. Need some new end links. Tie in our steering. Ooh, and let's check this side out. Get that knuckle in there. Get this all squared away. Backer plates. Wheel hub. Wheel bearing. Backer full of grease. Capper off. Rotors remachined. Pads are brand new. Calipers refurbished. Yeah, that 2-part that they have for the calipers in 26, that's definitely one thing I can think right off the top, I guess, as far as what I do like. And there's more than one configuration for the 2-part caliper system. Pretty neat. So definitely some pretty cool things I do like about 26. The one thing that I can't seem to get past right now is just the way the shopping list works. They got it buried too deep. I think it should be a little bit more easier accessible. So whether or not they'll put it into the main pie menu, that's still yet to be seen. I'm kind of hoping they do. I think that would add a little bit more efficiency, I guess, as far as to it. Alright, we're ready for tires. So I'm thinking, like I said on this one here, I want to put a different tire combo. So I think I might try, I don't know if I'm going to go this wide, but definitely this type of tire and that type of rim. Yeah. So this one has... These are 18-inch rims, okay. I'm trying to think if I want to go... I could try it just to see, but I don't think that's going to be as tucked under as this one is. I can go give it a try and see. We'll go with the same size as what's on the step side here and just see what it looks like. If we don't like it, we can always change it. So let's go ahead and put this on there with this rim. Okay. Go to the tire shop. Okay. Ooh, man. Bad sneeze. Sorry about that. 285, 45, 18. So 18 inch. 2 of them. 285, 45. Do. I like to think I am there, Alan, at least. 285. 45 on the sidewall. So yeah, that makes sense. It gets as far as to less than the sidewall because you got a bigger rim. Yep. I think I did that right. So that. And then, yep, it's two of these rims, 18-inch. Oops, we gotta go to the rim shop, that's right. Oops, when you go to the right shop. We'll get these 18-inch. Oh, what am I doing? That's the amount. Duh, I need two of them. My bad. We're buying 18 rims. Yeah, we don't want to do that. 18-inch, two of those. Nice. Now let's get those put together. We'll see how this looks here in the front. Okay, let's get this one on there, and then we'll balance this guy. Must have the balance. Give me all the balance. Alright, let's see how these look on here. Gotta say, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. So, it's got some nice... So it's not sticking out too far, it gets as far as from the fender. I like it. I think we're gonna go with it. We gotta finish up building this side, though. I think we're gonna go with that. I think that's a nice option for this. Rotors are remachined. New pads. Calipers are reconditioned. Okay, let's get our wheel bearing in there. Pack that full of grease, cap it off. Nice, we can put that tire on. Cool. Yeah, I think that's gonna work. That is gonna work. So, we'll see if we can go that wide in the back. We'll check this here for the back side. We can try these out right away, actually, before we refurbish. So we're going to go with this tire and that rim. Let's go to our tire shop. Check out these size of rims. So we got tires, 305 50 18. 18-inch. Two of them. So 305. Whoops. Is that a 40 or 45? I think it was a 45. Is that right? Oh, it's a 50-18. Alright, we'll go with the 45. That's fine. That's fine. We're going to find out what it looks like. Well, it looks good on the step side. We're going to see how it looks on the panel. So that's fine. We just went 45 instead of 50. That's fine. So let's go to the rim shop. Rim shop. And we need two 18-inch of these. Okay. And let's check that out. Let's put these together and we'll take these off and we'll check them out. See how they look. See if we gotta change anything. I still gotta rebuild the rear end, but we'll at least put the tire on it, I guess, as far as just to see. I guess I did do drums on these, okay. Forgot I did drums on those. Okay, let's put these new ones together. Put the new ones together, see how they look. Balance on this guy. Balance on this guy. Alright, let's see how these look here really quick. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. So the fact that the one worry I had, I guess, as far as we're going to stick out too far from the fender, I think we're going to go with that. That's a nice look on that. I think that's what we're going to do. Okay, let's get these back off. I've still got to fix up the rear end. But yeah, I think we got our new combo, I guess, as far as for tires and wheels. Yeah. This all part. Knuckle. A little bit roasty down here. We're making it better. We're making her better. Oop, gotta get that rubber bushing out of there. Shock off. There's that side. Let's get this side. I think if I remember right, the blue one that we worked on didn't have any drums or anything to it. It had a lot of the rear end kind of gutted out on it. This one's a little bit more complete. That's kind of nice. So it was either that or the parts were just completely trash. Either way. Yeah, this one's in much better shape. It was a 3-star from the auction. For those of you that went to us to the auction to go ahead and buy it. I never did look too, I guess, as far as how much we overpaid for this one. I guess it doesn't really matter because we're going to fix it all up anyway. End of the day, it didn't really matter. If I broke the last rear end, hopefully I don't break this one. Alright, we got her all out of there. Pretty cool framework, I guess, as far as on this too. I like the way this one's done. Now, I haven't looked at the framework, I guess, as far as on the pickup. I think I want to look at that one next. Let's take a look at this pickup here really quick. I'll take the rear clamshell off. The whole thing just comes right off. Look at that. Beautiful. Awesome framework. So it does have the brackets on here for the leaf springs. Obviously, this has got a more modern rear. This is the same type of rear end we got on our panel truck. Yes, this one's got that weird collision on it too. So it doesn't let me go any closer than that. So even with that rear clamshell on there, I don't know what that's all about. But yeah, really nice framework on this. So even if you did want to keep the frame off of it, you could probably do that. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but if you wanted to, you could. Very nice. So I guess we'll just back together. Cool. And we do have an actuating tailgate. Cool deal. Nice. I don't know if it's exactly the same frame as this one here. That's the other thing I wanted to look at. I don't think it's the same exact frame because I think this one's a little bit longer, being the panel truck. Don't quote me on that, I guess, as far as, but it could very well be the very same frame on both. So what I particularly look at, I guess, as far as how that's done here, it could very well be the same exact frame. Just the fact that this is a panel and that one's a truck bed. Pretty neat. Like, it's very well done. I've been trying to do some similar things on our Gen 2. So just to kind of give you a little bit of a rundown. I can't really see it that way. Probably really can't see it that way, but one way you can see it, possibly, I've got the frame is actually lined up, I guess, as far as with the actual subframe. So it's a better look at, I guess, as far as on the rack. But I've got it so that the frame is actually lined up too. That was a pain in the butt. But the way we've got the subframe, I guess, as far as it actually ties in, our frame for the car body, I guess, as far as actually is tied into that. That was painstaking work, I guess, as far as, but these are some of the things that I'm trying to, you know, really dial in, I guess, as far as with our design of the Gen 2. Anywho, we got some parts here we gotta refurbish. Yeah, I think the length might be a little bit different on it. I got what you meant. I want to say the panel truck might be just slightly longer. It very well might be. If I had to guess, it probably is. I'm not as particular with the panel trucks as I am the fleet side or the step side. It's kind of cool that they got that available as a car to work on. Pretty neat. So trying not to break any more parts. I already broke a rear end and a control arm earlier. Try not to press my luck too hard. Okay, so we got that other drum to re-machine. Do that. That drum re-machined. This one's cleaning up pretty nice too. So far. That other drum's done. So far, we're good to go. Don't break this rear end. Thank you. Alright, cool. That's all good. Our drums are re-machined. Shoes should be good to go. I need a couple of new rubber bushings for that rear end, for those control arms. A couple of new rubber bushings. A couple of new shocks. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Let's go put this back together. Rear end's good to go, so I have to get some new exhaust. Get these strapped back on. Whoa, what are you doing? Back over here. Okay, let's get this side. Strap that onto there. Don't want her flopping around back here. Cool. Now we got backing plates. And we got drive axles. Only got the rear wheel drive. Cool. Got our brake cylinders. Those are refurbished. New shocks. We need some new shocks. It's shocking, I know. Okay, and then we've got shoes. Those are refurbished. Drums are remachined. That's ready for that tire. And we went with this style tire instead. Now I'll probably pull the other ones apart and get the rims refurbished and probably just sell those. Yep, probably just sell those. Cool. Nice. Okay, let's get some, got a new tank. We need a new one of those. Those, unfortunately, are not refurbishable. We did get the fuel filter redone, though. Wait, did I get that order? No, I didn't. Okay, hold on. Buy ourselves a new tank. Filter should be good to go. Nice. Get the new exhaust. Actually, we didn't get the engine in there yet. Let's go ahead and put the exhaust in there anyway. Get it up to the point of the engine. Mufflers. This one does have catalytics on it. Just due to the style, I wanted that style of exhaust. And that's the only one that was really available. I'm sure there's probably some other ones, but that didn't have the cats. This one just seemed to work pretty good at the time. Right, so there's that one. That one. And mufflers. Catalytics. Alright, cool. So we got it up to the point of the downpipes. Let's get this engine in. She cleaned up really nice. Alright, let's get this crane over. Engine off the stand. Let's slap this puppy in there. 100% green build on that supercharged. Move that out of the way. Well, she's in there. Nice. Okay, let's get a button up on the bottom end. Transmission all refurbished. Button up all the downpipes, I guess, as far as for exhaust. 2 of those. Nice. Starters refurbished. Beautiful. Get that drive shaft back in there. Get the power to the wheels. Good deal. Alright, I think that's all complete. Nice, let's get her back on the ground. Yeah, I think that I like that look on that. So this one, I'm coming to find, see how much more center oriented it is on the wheel well? And not quite so much here on the step side. Right, now we did have that issue. We did this configuration to have that gap. So we did rescale it just a little bit. Quite honestly, I think it looks better centered in the wheel well than it does to be a little bit forward. I do like this look better. I'm going to be a little bit biased on that. Let's get this all the way to the ground. But we should still have that same type of rake that we do on the step side. Got that mean stance. Supercharged engine. Let's go ahead and get some fluids into her. I forgot to do that almost last time when we got to the dyno and be like, oh crap, I gotta put the fluids in. Let's not forget that this time. Okay, so we gotta get radiator juice in there. A lot of you coming in here, I guess, as far as always having that radiator problem. Coming in late with that radiator issue, so hopefully this will help fix that problem. So that should be good. Let's get our brake juice in here. Yeah, this one can, I think it's going to turn out pretty nice. But we should be able to get more than 326 horsepower out of this fella. We did it right. I think we'll be closer to 500 horsepower on this one. I think it's 400 and a little bit under. As far as at the base there, we'll find out here. Forgot what we did. Here's our cherry juice, and then we should have our bug juice container. And get the bugs off the windshield when we're ripping down the drag strip. Okay. All the fluids are in there. Oh, just make sure make sure she'll run it for us. You want to start? Should be able to start. But I think I changed. I don't remember if I changed the position on the seat. I don't remember if I did or not. Oh, I forgot to put. Wait a minute. What did I miss? I forgot the spark plug wires. I think I did put the plugs in there. I might have forgotten the plugs too. Let me see here. What's going on there, Neon? Yeah, I think I did forget. What is going on there? Yeah, we did forget to put the plugs in there. I forgot. My bad. And that's probably why she does. So she turns over. She just doesn't want to start because obviously no plugs. Like, whoops. Yeah, we sure have. We've been talking about it. Apparently they've done some updates to it. I only did the initial release of the demo, but I have not played a lot of the updates that they've applied since the initial release back a week ago. But yeah, I'm gonna keep saying it just like I have been. I guess as far as I really hope they refine how you access the shopping list. Whether or not they allow it to be in the pie menu, as we have here, because it's not that way currently. I don't like it buried as deep as they've got it, I guess, as far as to get the parts ordered. I think I would like to see some refinement in that. That's just my own personal take on it. But other than that, I'm kind of liking what's been offered in there. The modular engine builds. A lot of the parts have been re-refined. Very good. It's got a much different lighting environment, I guess, as far as the dynamics of it. Got the day-night cycles and so on. It's very inclusive. Alright, so we've got, what do we got on parts? Okay. Yeah, the manually moving the cars is definitely nice. Having to actually drive it onto the lift, that's definitely a nice touch. I like that. But being able to drive it from the parking spot into the bay, that's definitely a nice touch. Let's see if she starts now. There we go. We are still missing some parts here. Gotta look and check on my parts list here. We aren't missing some stuff yet. What do we miss? We missing. Oh, I forgot to put this stuff on there for the rear end. Whoopsie. My rubber bushings and all. I got some more work to do on the rear end yet. Whoopsie. Got a little ahead of myself. I don't know. Maybe I'll leave that paint on there. What do y'all think? Should we leave that livery on there? Doesn't look terrible. It's just, it's different. Definitely different. So yeah, we didn't put all this stuff down the rear end here yet. Whoopsie. Got those refurbished. Got a little. Yeah, the multiplayer. My biggest thing that I'd like to know about the multiplayer is whether or not it's going to be crossplay. I think the assumption is it's going to be, since a lot of other games out there are crossplay, but that's still yet to be seen. So they haven't mentioned that all that I've seen, I guess, as far as that it is going to be crossplay, but there is going to be a multiplayer aspect for sure. So whether or not that's going to be inclusive or exclusive, I should say, I guess, as far as to just the particular platforms, or whether or not it's going to be crossplay, that we don't know. Okay, so now that's, whoa, now we should be complete on our parts. 99, still missing something. What did I miss now? Oh, rubber bushings in those, okay. These control arms. Thought I put those in there, but I guess not. Nope, sure didn't. My bad, so we gotta get... Bro. Normal. There we go. Let's try this again. Couple of rubber bushings in there. That should make our rear end complete. Okay, and just to confirm, 100% all the way around. Now that last little bit on the body is going to be the license plates, which we're not worried about that right now. But yeah, she cleaned up pretty nice. Now we need to get this, get some alignments done to it. Let's get her all the way on the ground. All the fluids are in there. I don't know, maybe I'll just keep this this livery on it. Kind of interesting. Okay, we need to get this over to here so we can get some alignments done. You know, but as I've said before too, I don't think I'll ever stop playing 21, because number one, if they don't adjust the shopping list the way I'm hoping they do in 26, that's going to be a huge turnoff for me. I'm really hoping that they'll listen, I guess, as far as to reason, I guess, as far as for making that shopping list a little bit more accessible instead of buried into the way it is currently. Maybe they have changed it. I haven't tried the updates to the demo. I probably shouldn't say anything, but... Alright, that's all lined up. Let's do our headlights. But I think that's going to be a huge reason why I won't play as much as 26 if that doesn't get adjusted. To make it that shopping list a little bit more accessible. I do like everything else about it, I guess, as far as the delivery of the parts and stuff like that. I do like that. But not where that shopping list currently is. I really don't like that. Okay, so we got all the alignments done. We need to get this over to Dyno. See what we get out of this thing. So we can potentially get out of this 492 horse. So we're just a shade under 500 horse. That's just at the base level. So let's see if we can get all that. Everything we've done here today on this truck should be able to get all that. So fair warning for those that are new. Getting into the dyno here gets a little noisy. So if you got the earbuds in, you got the volume turned up. Unless you like that type of thing, just watch your ears. Did indeed, I guess, as far as get all that base horsepower out of that supercharged. Nice boost, I guess, as far as the 326 we can get off of the OHV engine. So you know what that means, and we got it all nice and dynoed. Let's get her over to the drag strip. Let's go take her for a spin. Let's take her for a spin. Quarter miles. We get to go against the same engine. Model A hot rod. Got a little bit of this is a nice matchup. So just by the numbers here, this hot rod will probably beat us. It's a lot lighter. It's got some tuning to it. Alright, let's go there, hot rod. Let's see what you got. Chevy against the Ford. She got some giddy up, that's for sure. Oh, I kind of figured that hot rod was going to beat us. A lot lighter. It's got that tuning on it there too, so I kind of expected that. So we're mid 12s with that one with no tuning. So obviously this gives us room for improvement. Definitely some room for improvement. Let's try another one. This is this Mitsubishi Lancer. All-wheel drive, a little bit of tuning, got some slicks. You can beat the Mitsubishi. These things are crazy fast, even though it is just a pretty small engine. $5,500 red line. Okay, we did beat the Mitsubishi. Nice. Yeah, so we're easily mid 12s with this setup here on that supercharged. Noise. Oh, that's a nice one here. This turbo is pretty fast. No tuning. You can beat this this turbo. Getting a good benchmark for what we got here. We definitely can't allow that hot rod with the same engine with the tuning as far as to beat us. Oh, he got us. Yep, that inline 6 turbo got us. Ooh, that was a good race too. Solid race. So we got two examples of why we want to add a little bit of performance to it. So I want to probably keep it in the Class B for sure. But yep, definitely gives us some room for improvement. All right, let's head back to the house. Now I like the gearing on it. Gearing's good. But as we add more horsepower and stuff. It may require us to get a better gearbox. We'll see. Let's throw some performance at it, some additional performance at it. This ought to be fun. This ought to be fun. We got the creepy guy looking at our panel van. Can't have it. It's mine. Nope. Not for sale. Can't have it, bud. Sorry. We do got some parts here we got to scrap out yet. Let's go ahead and get this back over. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I don't even need to do that. So let's... I think what we want to adjust here. I think I'm going to do some air cleaners. I'm going to do carbs. Do mostly top end stuff. Alright, let's do that. So we'll do performance carbs. We're going to try a little bit at a time here just to see what we like. So 2 of these, that gives us 3% each. That's 6%. Those two. We'll have to make sure we tune those. Always forget to tune those a lot of times. Alright. Start with this. So we're going to get some performance air filters. These give us 5.5 each. That's 11% just with air cleaners. So 11 plus the 6, that's 17% of tuning. Just with these few parts here. Let's put the bird catcher back on. We'll read Dynamour and see what that gives us. 17% of tuning just with those few parts there. Wild. That's a nice boost right there. Went from 492 to 577. That's an 86 horsepower gain just by putting on the performance carbs. We didn't even tune those carbs. We need to tune them. Let's tune them up. Probably get more out of it. Alright, let me see here. I gotta get 2 of them the same. There we go. Nope. 2 of them the same. Oop, that was kind of backwards. That one down, that one down. 2 the same. There we go. That's all nice and tuned on that one. Why? This one. Ooh, almost. Wait, that's all. Damn. Damn, so close. You dirty rascal. Okay, let's do. Up. Up. Do the same. There we go. Awesome. Alright, so we got those both tuned. Let's try it again. So we had 86 horsepower gain without it tuned. Try it with them tuned. Nice, so it's an additional 21 more horsepower just by tuning those carbs. Nice, so we're still in the Class B. Kind of on the higher end of the Class B. Nice, let's go try this out with the strip now. Very nice. Let's try this puppy out now. This ought to be a good time. Have a good time over here now. Whoa, we kind of skipped over there. There we go. Quarter mile. Ooh. Well, the Porsche Carrera wants a piece of it. 23% of horse tuning, I should say. That would probably beat the pants off this Porsche. This Porsche doesn't have a chance. Give it a shot though. She got some giddy up in her, I'll tell you that. Yeah, that Porsche didn't have a chance. But yeah, we gained about almost a second just by adding those performance parts to it. So we were like mid-12s, now we're mid-11s. Nice. Let's try the Jaguar. See what the Jaguar's got. I want to go against that hot rod again, as far as that same engine. I think he's probably afraid of us now. Got the Jaguar. Even had a higher rating there too. Let's do... There we go. We got that same engine. He doesn't have any tuning. But just by the numbers here, we should be able to smoke this thing. Though. Let's see what we got.
Racer Batman says rockin' sports car, rolls
Exactly.
rockin' sports car, rolls rockin' sports car, rolls rockin' sports car, rolls rockin' sports car.
couldn't have said it better myself, the Racer Batman.
Sports car, rolls rockin' sports.
We smoked that thing, yep. I could have said that better myself, the Racer Batman. So let's see. So that's new school supercharged. A little bit of tuning. Let's see if we can beat this guy. So far, we're doing pretty good with this this setup. Definitely like this Class B. This Class B is pretty fun class. Wow, that was a lot closer race than I thought. So we only beat him by not quite a tenth. Solid. I like that kind of racing. Let's do one more. I just want to beat this dude because he's funny looking. I've got that same engine, a little bit of tuning. So not the Model A, I guess, as far as I beat us before, but I just want to beat this dude just because it looks funny. Just a funny looking car. Yeah, we're definitely winning here with this this panel van. I think we got a solid build here. This is solid. I like it. Let's do one more. Ooh, got the Hennessy Corvette. Let's try the Hennessy Corvette. Yeah, this definitely got, we can definitely burn it out. I'm liking it. Oh, that Hennessy got us right at the... He nosed us. Look at that crap. I don't think he beat us quite by that much, but holy mackerel, yeah, he definitely, we had him beat up until the 1,000 mark? Yeah, up the 1,000 mark as far as you got us right at that very end there. That's pretty wild. That's some good racing. That's some good racing. I'm not even mad about that. Still feel like we got a pretty solid build. Pretty solid build. Now we did get the step side. I guess as far as dyno, and I guess as far as we're gonna try that one out real quick. In actuality, or virtually there, Alan. 632 big block. What kind of engine's that? That's not a GM engine. But anyway, yeah, this is pretty good. I'm gonna go get this back over to the lift, and I want to take our step side that we know is not 100%, so it is losing a little bit of horsepower. So we did come to find that it was only losing 13 horsepower off the base, which the base is 482. So we got 468 horsepower off this guy. Pretty good shape. I'm gonna take this one over the strip now. Try her out. And we got our dyno. Let's do... Hey, get in there. There we go. Let's try her out at the dyno. Or the drag strip, I mean. We already dynoed it. Let's see what she's like at the dyno. This is what this player... The player's acting goofy today. Quarter mile. We got our 69 Camaro. Ooh. That's a nice... It's got some slicks on it, too. Alright, let's try her out. Oh, you want to do an IRL? I got you. So what's the 632 big block? What manufacturer is that? It's definitely not a GM engine. Oh, I even slept there too. Holy crap. Yeah, we know we can get mid-11s. So I guess if I wouldn't have slept there, we would have been in mid-11s. Yeah, we already beat that dude. Let's try the electric car. And we know how stupid fast these things can be. Try her out. I guess our step side Apache gets as far as in pretty good shape here. There she goes. No. I've never heard of the 632 big block, I guess, as far as from GM. I'm not going to say there isn't one, but 632 is probably must be pretty rare. So I know the like the 5 what was it, the 592 or 590, 572. That's the biggest one I know. Compression, 10.4 compression. I guess that's what you're referring to. Yeah, I haven't heard of the 632. Biggest big block that I remember from GM was the 572. That's why I had to ask. Yeah, so we knew that would be. That had no tuning on it either. Ooh, this is a nice matchup. So same engine, no tuning. He's got vintage race as opposed to our standard race tires. All right, let's go check this one out. That's a nice matchup with this old school new body Camaro. We got him. Nice. So, oh, you know what? I was looking at the wrong. So that we got the step side. Yeah, I will have to look that one up because I wasn't as familiar with that one. Like I said, the biggest GM engine that I was aware of was the 572. That's a big motor. But yeah, I forgot we were on the step side. So our panel truck gets a mid-11s. This one gets mid-12s. That's not bad for, and not even being 100% on the engine. Pretty solid. Pretty solid. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, we do have the option, I guess, as far as to do the same thing on the, just like we did on the panel truck. We wanted to put the performance carbs to it. I'll probably save that for another time. Definitely had a lot of fun here today, folks. I guess as far as working on the panel trucks, and also acquiring the step side. Available on the Steam Workshop for that same mod pack. Yeah, turned out pretty good. So yeah, we have the option. So just to compare here really quick, 482 on the horsepower base, For this one, we did 480. What was it? 498 on the base for this one. 492. So 492 on our base horsepower for our panel truck, and this one's at about 10 horsepower less. Yeah, about 10 horsepower less on the truck in comparison to the panel truck. Not bad. Not bad at all. Pretty cool comparison between the truck and the panel truck. All the trucks. So yeah, this is a nice, another nice comparison between this one here. We added some pretty sleek options to it in comparison to our stock custom config. I guess as far as for that with the V8, this is the V8 special. So none of the trims, I guess, as far as for that truck at the, the default level, I guess, as far as has an option for a V8. So I felt we did have to make a V8 option. We also do have, and I'll save that for next time, I guess, as far as the, oops, that's not what I wanted. We got this one here. That's another panel truck. This allows for the modern LS engines, I guess, as far as to get put into that one. So the main engine that's in there right now is the LS with the supercharger. So we'll have that contrast, I guess, as far as between our old school panel truck with the old school engine. So yeah, we'll have some nice options for this. I think I'm gonna leave that paint scheme on there. Yeah, that looks pretty wild, I guess, as far as for hot rod trim. I guess as far as for that trim on there. I think she cleaned up pretty nice. So yeah, definitely had a lot of fun here today. I got some scrapping to do here in the off stream. Lots of fun here. I know we did get a couple of new follows here today, on at least on the Twitch side of things. Appreciate those of you that are over there on the red side as well. Don't want to forget about those folks. So if you haven't done so already, you like what you see, you want to see more of it, we do this every Monday. Doing this every Monday. So do make sure, I guess, as far as you hit the subscribe over there on the YouTube, you get the notification when the streams are live. Also hit the follow button over on the purple side, I guess, as far as if you're over there. Social medias are posted to the channel. I'll put these up at your fingertips so you can, we got another raffle. Feel free to get on that raffle. We'll let that raffle run out, I guess, as far as, well, we're looking for somebody to raid us on over to. You hate what you see? What are you hating? What are you hating there, Bandito? Coming in here the last minute there. Yeah, feel free to get on that raffle while you're looking for someone here to raid. So we're going to be doing... Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, so get him up. You had a late day off, so you're just getting off right now. Yeah, you're just catching us at the tail end here, Bandito. Damn, busy day. I was kind of hoping they'd be doing some trucking, but I guess not. He's doing some golfing. I guess that's a little bit different. A little bit of change of pace here. We're gonna go show. Yeah, I get you. We're going to send this off here, folks, if you're on the purple side, I guess, as far as over to say hello to Webb Levy, I guess, as far as he's currently doing some golfing. A little bit of change of pace here. We'll be back here tomorrow here, folks, on both platforms, the red side and the purple side, I guess, as far as doing some trucking. So, definitely, if you haven't done so already, make sure you're getting the subscribe over on the YouTube side, the red side, and follow over on the purple side. Get all notification when the streams are live. Hope to see you over there at Webb Levy's stream. I guess as far as doing some golfing. Y'all have a marvelous rest of your day. And hope to see y'all here again real soon. Later, everybody. We're going to let that raffle run out too. We won't raid, I guess, as far as until that concludes. Don't worry about that. Later, everybody.